Day 1 and 2.
Ahoy!
Did you like how I stalled there for
I
you?
liked it as I put on my mic condom here.
I saw you like a half hour ago, so I knew you were here, but
I got called in by the boss.
moments ago,
Yeah.
Soup was nowhere to be found. He has Wally, or what is it?
What?
Is it the Wally Pip?
Wally Pip? No, Wally Pip is the Lou Gehrig thing. Talk about Vince Lombardi.
Yeah.
Lombardi would always wait until everyone was like, is he coming? Is he coming? And then he'd kick down the door and be like,
Yeah.
ah! You know.
That's what you just did.
Yeah.
Ah!
Then he would tell you that it's the big push.
Yeah.
That was always his thing. I read one of what's the lineman's name? It was called Rewind. Jerry Kramer's book. Really, really good sports book. If you want to go back, and it was like the history of those Packer teams. And Lombardi, like every week, guys, time to start the big push. And then like 3 weeks later, now it's the big push. Like, didn't we already start the big? No. Now it's the big push.
Well, we are pushing toward March Madness.
We're starting the big push starts now, and then today.
Right now.
And then tomorrow there'll be another big push. And when you're motivating, you have to move the goalposts a lot. I feel like that's always a thing with coaches.
Well, that's where Dan Lanning comes in. He's like, he's got something new every time. Like he keeps it fresh.
This is the most important game. Wait.
Well, you have to find a way to make every game unique and big, and that's a real art. I would imagine some coaches can't do that.
Yeah, I've said I had limited experience in the NFL, but Gruden in Tampa, for whatever anyone thinks of John Gruden, he was by far the best coach at that. He could make a practice in the middle of two-a-days seem important. He just had a juice to him. He had an energy, and I think Lanning has some of that. Like that natural sort of, just juice, energy. It's a real thing, and it's not the end-all to be-all, but I would much rather have a coach that has that than kind of the boring snooze fest. But then I've heard from other people that like the steady Eddie. You know, they don't want the high and low. They like the guy that's, you know, the Bill Belichick of the world that's just flat. You know, he's just pissed off and grumpy, kind of there's an edge to him all the time. And then you got the happy guy that's in a really good mood. So there's different ways to skin a cat. For me personally, that struggled to be motivated, I will say that the energy fear guy, the Gruden, was probably more effective for me than others. But other guys would be the exact opposite. Because some guys roll their eyes at that. Like we had a locker room like Keyshawn Johnson. Good luck. He would tell Gruden to go blank himself. Like Gruden would get done with something that I thought was like really like, oh man, like, yeah. And then Keyshawn would be like, whatever. And he would just leave. And you're like, can he do that? I'm like, well, he can. You can't. You better be properly motivated. It's really hard. It's why being a coach at the highest level, I can only imagine what it's like for an NBA coach. Because at least in the NFL, over most of the roster, you've got them by the balls. There may be 5 guys on a team that kind of can do what they want. In the NBA, don't you just have like 9 guys that can do whatever they want? Like, you think you can tell Jeremy Grant what to do at this point?
I'm juiced up.
Yeah.
I certainly could.
No, I don't think Jeremy Grant's listening.
Hire me.
Like, of the Blazers, like, you just gave Shaedon Sharpe $90 million. Yeah, good luck telling him that he needs to do anything.
No, I'll tell him. I'll tell you that. He'll get benched in my world.
Well, he's already benched. He's got a calf boo-boo.
I'll play the...
No, you won't.
What's the G League team?
The Remix?
Yeah, I'll play the Remix.
Yeah, you'll get fired. Whoops, nope, got fired.
Do I still get paid?
Yeah, you still get paid.
Okay, then I'll play the Remix.
Then you yeah. What was the best?
Would that be great?
To get fired?
Well, no. You come in as the coach.
Yeah.
You roll some heads.
Mm-hmm.
You put people in their place. You do the unprecedented. You start the G League team. Everybody's going, oh, my God, this guy.
Yeah.
Jeremy Grant's looking at you like, what the heck? I'm a 15-year veteran or whatever.
Been around the block.
And you get fired, and you collect $3 million.
Yeah, but then you never get another job again.
Wow. $3 million's all I need.
Yeah. Well,
that'll get me to the finish line.
I don't think for a lot of those. I think once you've made $3 million, I think you want to keep making $3 million. Go ask David Blatt how that worked out. Remember when he came in and was like, "It's a new regime here in Cleveland, boys," and then LeBron was like, "Yeah."
I'm just saying.
He said, "Nah."
One opportunity, $3 million. Yeah. I'll do that.
Well, that's when you see guys that take jobs and you're like, "Why would you take that job? You're going to be fired in 2 years." That's why. The Jim Tom Sula effect.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, yeah.
Why wouldn't I take this job? Yeah, I'm trying to retire just like you are.
I wouldn't say it either.
Yeah. You've been a coach making decent money, but you ain't making FU money. And you're like, wait, I get $9 million guaranteed if I get, bring it on. Let's go.
Yeah, I can do a lot of things for $9 million.
Absolutely. Including benching people, evidently.
That. Yeah.
You don't have the balls to do that.
Oh, I do. Yeah. Again, if I get paid, I'll gladly do it. I'll be a martyr. Just throw me in there. I'll light some grenades, take my money and run.
Latrell Spreewell just chokes your ass out.
Yeah, well, that would be a lawsuit. That would be even better. I'd get more money.
Yeah.
You know.
Emotional.
Now I'm getting 3 and probably settle for 10.
Yeah, a hunk of that Latrell Spreewell money.
God.
Did he ever sue Latrell? Do we know? Was there a lawsuit involved in that?
I would imagine money was exchanged.
Because he got a year suspended. I don't know if PJ ever sued him, though. I don't know how all that shook out, but I think that cost him a full year, if I'm not mistaken. And he got his money's worth. Remember Carlissimo had like the red ring around his neck? So that's Latrell got those bear paws around him, and those NBA guys, they got big hands. Get that good neck wrap.
Wow. PJ did not sue Latrell Spreewell.
Yeah, just
rather Latrell Spreewell sued the NBA
for suspending him for a year.
Yeah, for voiding the Warriors for voiding his contract.
What? Really?
Yeah,
I'm guessing he lost.
They settled out of court.
Huh? They settled.
Well, it says
he got some of that money back.
It says it went to an arbitrator. So I'm not.
I would think if you were going to get suspended for an entire year, wouldn't strangling your coach, wouldn't that be the definitive, like, you get a year suspension? I would think.
A federal judge in San Francisco dismissed Latrell Spreewell's lawsuit against the NBA and the Warriors.
There you go. That I was going to say, there's no way.
That got thrown out. Nice try, though.
Because, like, if Ron got suspended for punching that fat dude in Detroit, Latrell Spreewell choking the life out of his coach, like... You can't do that.
So PJ probably wanted to just stay in the league, so he didn't sue him.
Yeah,
because he wants. Yeah. You don't want to piss off the players.
No, once you start,
even if they choke you.
Yeah, once you start filing lawsuits, and then you get into that whole.
Now you're blackballed.
Yeah.
the nerve to sue after being choked by one of your players.
You had to pretend. It's like, nah, we're all right.
We're good. I love you guys. Look, it was just a misunderstanding.
This is just a rash. I had a necktie. It was a little too tight.
I love Latrell.
Yeah, he's my guy.
It's a team thing. You know, we're all family here.
Yeah, sometimes when you're in they always say those.
Look, I'm not defending Latrell Spreewell in any shape or form.
Uh-oh.
But
here comes the defense.
It's not.
That's how I feel.
It's not a defense. But I promise you, everyone in that locker room was secretly grinning ear to ear because everyone that's played professional sports has had to listen to either an old fat guy or like an old crinkly guy talk a lot of S to them and say horrid things knowing that they can't do anything back. And it's like, what? What are you going to do? And there's part of me that's like, well, my guess is you don't just get choked for no reason. My guess is that PJ kind of poked that bear thinking there was no consequences. It's like when you see like those like hidden cam photos or whatever, or like footage of some dude and he's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And the dude just like drills him and you're like, words have action or words have consequences.
You know it. Everybody else knows it.
Every player has always wanted to see that one guy that's like, all right, man, I don't care. We're doing this. And it's like
this was during a practice.
Yeah.
Carlissimo told Spreewell to put a little mustard on his passes.
That's all he said. Just like that. There wasn't an FU.
Spreewell, frustrated, told the coach not to approach him. Then grabbed Carlissimo by the throat, dragging him to the ground for 10 to 15 seconds before being pulled away by teammates.
Yeah. There's nothing that's going to penetrate that face. Now, I'll tell you, if that's all that happened and it went down just like that, okay, that's not called for. But something tells me it was more than this. Hey, Latrell, could you put a little mustard on that? And Latrell being like, screw you!
Let's make a little better passes there.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was more a little, just a little more.
It was the straw that broke the camel's back.
A little more aggressive.
PJ Carlissimo was a tough coach to play for.
Yes.
And Latrell Spreewell is a lazy-ass NBA player who was entitled, and he didn't want to hear his bull crap. Yeah. And their team sucked. They had a losing record, and he was over it. And the mustard on the pass was the last straw. Now, apparently there was a second attack. Did you know that?
I did not. Second choking?
After being told to leave, Spreewell returned about 20 minutes later and punched Carlissimo before being restrained again.
Yeah, can't do that.
Reports suggest frustration with a losing team record and refusal to tolerate Carlissimo's intense, demanding coaching style. God, he punched him too?
And that's all I'm saying. When you say aggressive coaching style, can we just call a spade a spade? I guarantee that dude was mother effing Latrell Spreewell up and down the practice court, whether he deserved it or not, for months. And he finally was like, no, we're not doing this. Like, dude, you're an old dude with a neck beard, and I'm going to choke the hell out of you. And while it's not okay, I promise you, other people on that team were like, that was awesome. I saw it multiple times. I never saw it come to blows, but I saw players stand up and threaten to like murder coaches, and coaches back down. And as I'm sitting there in my seat, I always had the same thought. God, that was awesome. I wish that would have happened. Because there's something hilarious about...
Now we're rooting for murder?
Well, not murder, but when you see an old curmudgeon coach who's just an awful person, who just curses at everyone all day, and then you see this terrifying human being, maybe a defensive lineman by the name of Byron Frisch, stand up on an airplane and say, if you take one more step towards me, this happens, and you're like, oh my God, I don't think he's kidding. And like no one gets in between because you're like, I need to see where this goes. And then you watch the coach realize in that moment that he is screwed up and that the coach wants to take a step forward and say, what are you going to do? But then he realizes that this giant human being is about to murder him. And so he just turns around and walks back and like says like a curse word under his breath. You're like, oh my God, you can do that? Well, no, he can do that. I can't. But in that moment, that man became my hero. I saw that a couple times. One of our defensive linemen did it to Ray Rhodes. You want to talk about a red ass? Look, remember Ray Rhodes, the defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He was notoriously difficult.
Yes. And I watched one of our defensive linemen tell Ray Rhodes to basically go blank himself.
He was very grumpy.
Yeah. And Ray loved to intimidate everyone. There's certain people you can't intimidate.
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
And it's hilarious to watch coaches realize that they like that once you have the threat of like cutting a guy or whatever or benching him, that doesn't matter to the player. That coach has no authority and he actually has to earn respect.
Latrell Spreewell that year averaged 24 points a game. He was their lone all-star.
Yeah.
Joe Smith was on that team. Chris Mullen and the great Mark Price was a Warrior that year.
I would have loved, and I don't know if anyone has spoken about that, but I would love to hear a real player, like one of the other players, because you're not going to get their true story from Latrell. You're not going to get it from PJ. I would like to hear from another player, which is why I've always had respect for coaches that earn respect without being bullies. Because the bully coach has no real power other than fear. And so when you see someone stand up and take away the fear, it's an amazing thing to see in person.
Okay, so to your point, Joe Smith so he was on the team.
Okay, yeah.
He did comment, and this was just last year. He was reflecting, and he said this says he was reflecting in 2025 that the players were more on the side of Spreewell. Mm-hmm. He noted the incident was a buildup of frustration over training camp, adding that at the initial press conference, all the players were behind Spree. We knew what was going on.
Yeah. It meant Carlissimo was a D, and he constantly was on his ass, probably crossed the line 1,000 times thinking, what are you going to do? And I don't want to see someone get hurt, but I like seeing players be like, no, you don't get to treat me like this. You are a pathetic, weak man who's using your position of authority over me. We're not doing this. And I'm telling you, it's glorious to see, which is why I love to hear that. Joe Smith said every one of us was like, nope, we're on the side of the dude who held him down, punched him, and choked him.
Bimbo Coles was on that team. He stated in a documentary that the incident began because Carlissimo was nitpicking and told Spreewell to make better passes, which Cole described as embarrassing. So they sort of feel like
he was being picked on.
Well, it's not that. They feel like he was just being embarrassed. Like when you tell an NBA All-Star you need crisper passes, he's like, dude, do you think I don't know how to pass the basketball? Yeah. Like it's almost like it's insulting. Yeah. It's less of you're trying to coach me up and more like you have just insulted me. Yeah. And that leads to a choking and a punch, apparently.
Yeah. I watched Terrell Davis once in Denver call one of the coaches over and say, pull me aside. Because Terrell Davis was at the end, like his knees were shot. I think he retired that year. And one of the offensive coaches was kind of up his keister, and he called him over and so I was kind of standing there. I was like, ooh, what's happening here? And he called him over and just said, and he was such a good dude. And he just simply said, pull me aside. Basically, don't embarrass me in front of
Yeah.
other people. I have earned the right to not be treated like me. You can yell at the dip-ass rookie. You don't get to yell at me that way. If you have something to say to me, you say it respectful, or you pull me aside and say something. And like, there was so many cool moments with veteran guys that you learned what 10 years in a league and ultimately being a Hall of Famer, watching someone that's earned that respect kind of use their authority, it just was an inspiring thing for someone that was never going to get there, but always kind of yearned for that. That's the ultimate thing that any athlete wants, is respect. And it's hard for young players to get it. And it's hard for old players to not that have earned it. Like you said, an all-star that's been around the league, it's hard for them to not be treated with it when it actually, should be.
Also, Buck Williams, who was the Players Association president at the time, former Blazers great.
Yeah, well respected around the league.
He said that while nobody could take Spreewell's side regarding the assault, some players were angry that Spreewell never had a fair chance to share his side of the story regarding what led up to it.
Yeah.
And in later, more open discussions, many players mentioned that while they did not condone the violence, they understood the frustration caused by Carlissimo's college-style coaching approach, which was seen as overbearing.
Yeah. I think that's all fair.
So there you go.
I love how no one's condoning the choking, but at the same time, they're like, I kind of get it.
Yeah, look, we can't choke, but I tell you what, if you did, glad it wasn't me, and kind of glad it was Carlissimo.
Carlissimo's an a-hole, so, I don't want to fight him, but, I'm not mad that he got choked out.
That was kind of cool, but.
All right. Well, I'm glad we covered that.
We
Some
did.
balance to that.
Yeah.
We covered a story from, the mid-1990s, so good job, guys.
1997.
We got it.
Coming up next, we'll get to 1998.
Well, how many Max Crosby things can we yell about and how dirty the Ravens are?
Oh, well, that's down the notes. We have to... Dude, all hell broke loose in sports last night when we got home.
I know.
So we have to talk about that.
By the way, our conspiracy theory about the Crosby thing, it turned out that wasn't much of a conspiracy theory.
What was our conspiracy theory?
The Trey Hendrickson thing, and that they may have backed out of that because there wasn't those two things were linked together.
They may have overpaid a little bit for Crosby, and they can get Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they changed their mind because of the medicals, or just they were like, it's a little cheaper.
We'll never know. When that thing came across and there had been no real movement on the Trey Hendrickson thing, that's where we were sitting around yesterday. And we're like, just keep an eye on that. I feel like that's a real coincidence. And then like 2 hours later, Trey Hendrickson for $112 million. Like, there it is.
Well, let's start with last night's sporting chaos. Thanks a lot, Mark DeRosa.
Boy.
No. Thanks a lot, Nolan McClain.
Yeah.
The 100th best player in Major League Baseball.
I tell you what, he is on the hook to be the absolute freaking...
They didn't strike out to end it.
What do you call it? But it's going to come down to runs.
Yeah.
And guess how many runs he gave up?
He's fine.
What's the word I'm looking for? He's on the hook for being the
cat. I don't know. He gave
the
scapegoat.
Scapegoat.
Well, he's not a scapegoat. He actually did give up the runs. It's real. He's not like he's being.
He's not the only reason.
What the hell's the
Those
word?
guys
I'm
are
looking for?
total losers.
God, are we devout alcoholics?
You're still an idiotic moron. I'd like to point out today.
Yeah.
Ate lunch at a bar. Mm-hmm. Not one beer.
That's not what I heard.
They're devout alcoholics.
No.
That's not what I heard.
No.
Every time you go into a bar, you drink. That's what I'm told.
Nope. Didn't happen today.
All right, we'll start with last night's sporting chaos here on 105.1 The Fan.
1080 AM.
You know the word I was looking for? It was goat. But the modern lexicon screwed me up.
Yeah, goats become good.
Yeah.
It used to be if you were the goat, you were the reason why they lost. But
Right.
goat has really kind of become greatest of all time.
Yeah, so I was gonna say Nolan McLean is the GOAT, but then I caught myself going, well,
I do like that. He is the GOAT.
that means greatest of all time. How many kids know that GOAT used to mean you blew the game?
Do we change it now to the donkey? Like, what's the animal?
I don't know what the term is now.
I think we go with donkey, which is also ass, and that's cheeks. So I think he's the donkey now, because the goat, you're right. You can't call someone the goat and have it be negative. I think the correct term now is he is the donkey.
It took us a long time to figure out GOAT was a synonym for greatest of all time.
Yes.
We didn't notice that until like maybe 2003.
Yeah. I think Ali started that.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it would have been later, prior to 2003.
Yeah. I think that was where I first started hearing Ali, and then Jordan and Brady, and now it's like they sell merchandise with it. There's actually some, like, Tiger Woods, Nike did some stuff where it's a goat, but with tiger stripes, which I think is kind of fun.
My son has a shirt. It's a goat with a Jordan jersey on it. Those are things. First time I ever heard it was LL Cool J. He had the song called The Goat.
Oh, there you go. Ladies love Cool James.
Yeah.
So, And by the way, this whole Nolan McLean hate, I won't stand for. He gave up 3 runs.
Gas can.
No, he
well,
gave
3 runs. 3 runs going to be the difference.
No, it won't. It wasn't the difference because
it could be tonight.
The United States scored 6. Therefore, it's not no.
Listen,
it's not Nolan McLean's fault.
It absolutely is Nolan McLean's fault.
No, 3 runs. That's it.
And the reason it's Nolan McLean's fault is because that guy should not be on the team. Now, here's what's going to come down
Yarbrough
to.
errors, throwing the ball.
That was actually Keller that did that.
Yarbrough gave up the 2-run home run and then the errors.
But Nolan McLean started the game and gave up 3 effing runs because he sucks. He shouldn't be on the team.
Yeah, but 3 runs in 1 inning. The other 2 innings, he was fine.
And it's probably going to come down to those 3 runs because some weird World Baseball Classic tiebreakers, they've got total runs against the other teams you're tied with as a tiebreaker.
Yeah, so if Italy wins tonight, everything's fine.
You're good.
If Italy wins, Italy and the United States are through. Now, if Mexico wins, then we get into the tiebreakers. So if Mexico wins and scores 5 or more runs in winning, then it's Mexico and the United States that move on. But if Mexico beats Italy, scoring 4 runs or less, so if they beat them 4-1 or 3-2, then it is Mexico and Italy that move on.
And then you can fully blame Nolan McLean.
No, then you can blame poor management for not realizing that this was a thing.
Not only did they give up 2 home runs, it was 2 home runs to White Sox players.
Yeah, can we also talk about the Team Italy?
What's that about?
Team Italy is just JV United States. Every one of their players is a U.S. citizen that just has some Italian lineage.
Well, that's kind of true of the whole tournament in a way.
Yeah.
Like I was reading about a kid today who pitches for Brazil.
Yeah.
Did you read about that kid? He's 17, and he sawed off Aaron Judge. Like, he broke Aaron Judge's bat.
Really?
Yeah, but and so he plays for Brazil because his mom's Brazilian.
Yeah.
He lives in Atlanta.
Well,
he's grown up in Atlanta.
One of Bichette's kids plays for Brazil. Manny Ramirez's kid plays for Brazil. I mean, it's kind of like, what?
Well, I guess that's just the way it is. I don't know.
Well, and Canzone, the Mariner, he's playing for Italy, and your guy,
Canzone.
Canzone, and
who's my guy?
The
Caglione.
Caglione.
Yeah, he's Italian.
Yeah, he's Italian.
Well,
we'll
they
look at his name.
Vinny Pasquantino.
Pasquantino's on that team.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Nola is pitching today. I think he's the.
He is. Yeah, he's the Italian pitcher today.
He's the Italian pitcher.
Watching that game last night, of course, I have no idea who's on Italy until you watch it.
Yeah.
And you saw Pasquantino, and you saw these other guys, but they kept. So it was 8-0.
Yeah, it wasn't going good.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
And so, of course, I checked the live line. I'm like, The highest it got, at least that I saw, was plus 750, and that just wasn't enough to get me to pull the. They were down 8 runs.
Yeah.
No.
And Italy kept bringing in new relievers, and they were all big leaguers.
Yeah.
Until they brought in that last guy, and his name was like, what was his name? Like Luigi Bonifino.
Tony Soprano.
And I was like, oh, here we go. Finally, they've run out of major league arms. Here's some Italian goofball.
Got one in.
And he gave up a couple runs, although I do think he might have pitched a little bit for the Padres last year. Look, they were all good. They have a decent team, but they're undefeated. So anyway, Italy won the game.
Yeah, because the Lorenzen guy that was thrown on the mound, that's
he plays for my Royals, or at least he used to.
I think he's a Rocky now.
Is he?
I think so.
Where careers go to die.
I think so.
So Italy held off the U.S. rally.
Yeah.
And the final was 8-6. Now, those 6 runs are important.
Huge deal.
Because, as we were talking about, when it comes down to runs, Italy now has given up 6 in their matchups against the Mexicans and the U.S. So that might have saved them in the end, because now Mexico only has to score 5 or more, and we get to advance.
Yes.
So every run mattered. Every little thing mattered. And so thanks a lot, Nolan McLean.
Well, it came down. I mean, Aaron Judge had a chance to come up, and so why aren't we blaming Aaron Judge?
Well, because he didn't give up any runs.
No,
this is coming down to runs, and Nolan McLean has given up the most runs of any American. He shouldn't even be on the team. Now, this Mark DeRosa guy. Don't get me started on this guy.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite.
Who picked this guy?
Like this.
So DeRosa is the U.S. manager.
Yes.
And before the game, he came out and he said, well, we're already into the quarterfinals, but we still want to win this game.
Yeah.
He was wrong about that.
Yes.
As we are now seeing.
Yeah, he said they wanted to win even though they'd already punched their ticket. And then he said that some of the guys celebrated with some beers and that they were a little flat. It sounds like some of the U.S. dudes went out and tied one on thinking that they had punched their way into the quarters. They hadn't.
I think what is amazing about this is not that Mark DeRosa didn't know, although that's embarrassing.
It's beyond embarrassing.
As that is his entire job.
Yes.
But it's amazing that nobody caught it.
Yeah. No one else on the...
Did they all think that?
There's not a bench coach. There's not there's not a super smart guy like Crow Armstrong. Well, he's kind of a bro. We don't have anyone that's like a nerd that played at Harvard or something that's like, hey guys, like anyone that was on Twitter, like no one knows how this went. Does it also say something that Mark DeRosa, I don't know how many people know this. He's not a manager.
No.
He's an MLB analyst.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He's a former player.
He kind of seems like a manager.
But he's not.
But he's not.
No, this would be like if you had if there was a World Football Cup and Ryan Clark was the head coach. You're like, what? Yeah, is he coach? Nah, he played. Nah. He does some work over on the NFL Network. He's just an MLB analyst.
Kendrick Perkins running Team USA basketball.
Hey, there you go. Exact same thing. Perk out there in his turtleneck and his big Rick Ross chain. He's just out there running stuff and doesn't know how the tournament works. We need to put the blame where it belongs, not on American hero Nolan McLean. We need to put it on who played for by the way, played for the Blue Jays. He probably is a dirty Canadian. We need to be putting the blame on DeRosa where it belongs.
Well, he definitely deserves a lot of blame. That's absurd. And it's also, again, I think it's insane that nobody figured it out. Yeah. He had Raleigh on the bench.
No one knew.
He started McLean. It's like, would he have done those things?
Well, Will Smith's actually been pretty good.
Well, I know, but Raleigh's bat, and he didn't pinch hit for, in the ninth. Bryce Terang comes up. You might want to put the MVP candidate in the game. What are they doing?
Well, that's the other crazy part is even down 8-0, no one whispered to him.
Exactly.
No one.
This is what I'm saying. How did it go all the way from him misspeaking, as he said, before the game, to the end of the game where they're like, oh, crap.
How
did that happen?
I think alcohol. If he said that, if you're admitting that the players had some beers, what if they all just got housed?
No one bothered to check.
No, and everyone was just hung over. You're like, whatever.
Is there not a marketing person? Anybody?
I think everyone got.
Tommy Lasorda in charge of this?
The ghost of. I think everyone got drunk except for the ghost of Tommy Lasorda.
Now, this is kind of perfect, definition of America right here.
It's so
It's a little.
It really is.
It's a little American acceptance.
You can't tell me we're not ticket punched.
It is so on brand for us right now. Now, what is to stop? Now, a buddy of mine brought this up last night.
Nothing, by the way.
What is to stop Mexico and Italy from fixing this game so that they both advance?
Nothing.
So Italy would have to lay down. They would have to let Mexico win.
And Mexico would have to
But it would have to be 4 runs or less.
Yes. We had one of these a couple years ago in the NFL. Remember when if it was I think it was the Raiders. Was it the Raiders or Chargers?
Chargers the game, yeah.
Yeah. And you could have laid down and both made the postseason. So, I mean, if
they do that, we absolutely deserve it.
Kind of want to see it.
Like, so Mexico gets up 2-0, and then Italy
They just start bunting.
They start swinging at everything. Mexico, like, just what if it was like, it's one thing if you kind of wink, but what if you just intentionally just said, F it. Everyone just goes up and no one can, but you start playing banana ball. Guys are hitting left-handed. Guys are turning their hats around. I mean, there's part of me that would be upset, but there's also part of me that would be like, you know what? Bravo, Mexico.
They better advance.
Bravo.
They better advance. I'm going to leave it right there. Let's just hope Mexico drills them or Italy just wins.
Someone said 30 guys are on Team Italy. I'm assuming he has fact-checked this. 30 guys on Team Italy, 3 born in Italy, 2 Venezuela, 1 Canadian, 24 U.S. players.
Yeah, it's like, so it's not really...
It's not Team Italy. It's Team U.S. Light.
Now, does Team Italy have, like, if Team Italy goes to the Olympics, if they don't allow major leaguers, okay, because it sounds like they're going to allow major leaguers this summer.
Yeah.
If Team Italy is not allowed to use major leaguers, how god-awful is their their national baseball team?
Well, when the entire roster is made up of Americans, they're not good.
I guess put it this way. If there's no major leaguers in the Olympics, who wins? Like, it's probably...
Japan
still?
Japan, or I'll bet you the Dominicans probably have a
good.
nasty... Because those kids start playing...
Are we good if we don't have major leaguers there? Like,
can you put minor leaguers in there, right?
I don't think professionals.
Yeah, so it's probably just college kids.
Players. Maybe Paul Skeens and some Groucho Marx glasses.
Yeah, I'm guessing because those Dominican kids, man, those like they start playing when they're like 12 years old.
Yeah, those dudes getting signed at like 14.
Yeah, that might. And Japan with the robust system, I don't think we're the favorites without major leaguers.
Well, I can tell you, we don't lose to Italy without major leaguers.
Well, we also wouldn't lose to Italy if
we didn't have Nolan McLean on the team.
Please. 3 runs.
All right. Also last night, we had an 83 bomb out of nowhere.
Yeah, that apparently everyone's now pissy about.
Yeah, no one likes it.
No, for God's sakes.
We'll get to that next. Here's Steven.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the fan. I'm not dead here. Oregon State.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. Oregon State. They are expected to hire Michigan assistant Justin Joyner as its next head basketball coach. Joyner has been on the Michigan staff for the past 2 seasons, and before he was on the Michigan staff, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 years. The 38-year-old played basketball at UC Santa Barbara, so he does have a lot of ties to the West Coast. B was making a quick decision for the basketball team. While Syracuse, they are firing their head basketball coach, Adrian Autry, after 3 seasons. Last night, Miami Heat big man Bam Adebayo made history by scoring 83 points in a 150-129 win over the Wizards. Adebayo now holds this record for the second most points in a single game, and in the process set the NBA record for most free throws made and attempted in a single game. He went 36 of 43 from the free throw line. The NFL, they're looking into scheduling a game for the day before Thanksgiving, beginning this season in 2026. Last season, there was at least one football game, NFL or college, for 49 straight days. That streak was ended because of the no games on Thanksgiving Eve, but the NFL is looking to maybe change that. And after pivoting away from Max Crosby, the Ravens are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson, 4 years, $112 million deal. Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones, they also reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million deal that can be worth up to $100 million. Jones, recovering from a torn Achilles, is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
So, last night, the World Baseball Classic caught our attention. Embarrassing.
When does the Mexico-Italy...
Tonight at 4.
Tonight at 4?
15 minutes.
So it's not tonight, I guess.
17 minutes.
This afternoon.
Yeah. By the way, Stephen noting the conspiracy theory parlay would pay plus 260.
Yeah.
Mexico win and under 4 runs. Or 4
under
runs
4.5, yeah.
4.5.
And quote Stephen Vaughn, I'll put a sawbuck on that.
I may have made a pizza bet
Just
on that.
in the event that Italy and Mexico have conspired to keep the U.S. out of the quarterfinals.
I'm assuming Italy, who's undefeated, is the favorite in this with Nola on
No,
the
Mexico's
mound. Mexico's the favorite?
Mexico's big favorite.
Mexico's the better team.
Well, when I was looking through, I'd never even heard of the Mexican pitcher today.
Yeah, Mexico's
Javier Assad.
pretty
I was
good.
like, who?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mexico's like minus 200 in the game.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It wouldn't be the weirdest thing that ever happened, you know?
I
This
mean,
little
Italy's
conspiracy.
made up of a bunch of, good major leaguers, and they got a major league arm on the mound. I'm surprised that Italy's not the favorite.
Also last night, right as we left, we were informed by Stephen, who was monitoring all the sports, that
mainly minor college basketball tournaments, but keep an eye on the
Yes,
NBA game.
Mainly the Big Sky, Portland. My Vikes, man.
Oh, the Vikes laid an egg. They're out.
Yeah. Heartbreaking.
We pulled him from the Winthrop overtime game to notify us that Bam Adebayo had, I think at the time, 70-some points.
Something like that.
And he was still in the game with like 5 minutes left.
Not only was he in the game, but they were fouling intentionally to get more possessions, and Bam was jacking threes, and I was like, hell yeah.
There was also guys going to the free throw line on Miami intentionally missing free throws so Bam could try to get the rebound.
So he finished with 83.
Yeah.
And, of course, it is very controversial today because, there's a lot of writers who have come out in favor of it going like, hey, let the guy have his moment. He scored 83 points. That's not easy to do.
Yeah.
But then others are like, well, that's not legit.
And
especially when you're trying for it from the first quarter. He scored 31 points in the first quarter.
Yeah. I saw I don't remember who it was. I want to give him credit. It was a national sports writer. It was a really well done piece. He said there's no such thing as an ethical 83.
Yeah.
And he talked about Kobe's and he talked about Wilt's. Kobe in the fourth quarter took, I think, was it 15 of the 16 or 17 shots that LA had put up. They said in the Wilt 100-point game that the Knicks, he was playing for Philly at the time, right? They were letting the other team score so that they could get Wilt the ball back. The other team was running down the court, and they would just be like, no, here, make a layup so they could grab the ball, quickly go down and feed Wilt. I guess no one shot other than Wilt in the final handful of minutes. So his whole point, and he went through each one, and he said if you look at all the performances, and I think Dame was in there because Dame had his 71. They went through all of these monster performances, and he pointed out there wasn't one of them that was done, quote, ethically. It doesn't exist.
Well, I would say that my only retort to that would be, and I think that's right. It's like, look, if you're going to score that many, you have to try.
Yes.
And if you have to try, you're sort of compromising the game.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
I would say, because I was thinking about Lillard, because I don't remember Kobe's, but I remember Lillard's, and I look back at Lillard's box score. He was 22 of 38. He hit 13 threes, and he went to the free throw line 14 times. Now, Bam shot 46 free throws.
Yes.
Just by himself. That is the most ever.
Now, to be fair,
and he had 17 free throws in the fourth quarter. But my point is, to just maybe push back on that guy a little bit, is I do think there's a difference between still having to make the shots, like Lillard, like being so hot that you're 22 of 38, you're so efficient, you're still knocking down threes, you're putting up jumpers. There's a difference between that and Bam, where everybody in the arena is trying to get you to the free throw line and get you more points.
Yeah.
That, I think those are different things.
He did point out too, and he said, go back and watch it. And I there was a YouTube clip of it. Those Bam free throws, and his point was with Kobe and some of those, like with Lillard, he said most of those, with the exception of Wilt, they're all guards. And those guys have jumpers, they shoot threes. They said Bam, for the most part, although last night he was jacking threes. He said, go back and watch those. Those were not cheapy fouls. Bam is a guy that drives to the hoop, and they were mugging him.
He got hammered.
He was like, you find me one cheap foul that was called on Bam. He said every time he drove to the rim, the other side was like, no, you're not going to do this. We're going to make you do it at the line. So yes, you're going to look at the 43 free throws and be like, that's ridiculous. But for a guy that's the majority of what he does, what do you want him to do? Do you want him then to settle for jumpers because he's not a jump shooter?
Well, but what about, I mean, come on. Dude, they're up by 30 or whatever, and Spoelstra is
Kobe
fouling the other team in order to
That's the only part that I have a problem with.
Kobe, by the way, they won that game by 20, and Kobe had 46 attempts.
Did he ever come out of
that
the
game? Though, in the Lakers game, I think they were only up by 8 going into the fourth quarter, something like that.
Kobe played 42 minutes. He attempted 46 field goals. The next closest, Smush Parker, had 11. Everyone else had like 5 to 7 attempts. So again, this is his point of, you can bag on that all you want. The Wilt one he said the Wilt one talking to people at the game was even worse. He said they literally let the other team score at will. And his point was, no one talks about that. You just remember the 100. And a year or two from now, it won't matter how he got it. Bam will have 83. Just like we don't talk about Kobe, how he got it.
Was there this discourse when Lillard scored 71?
I don't think so, because 71 isn't, 71 is great, but it's not.
No, it's because he passed Kobe.
He passed Kobe.
People love Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, so if Lillard had gotten 82,
then there would be a talk about it.
Then there would be like, oh, it's not legitimate.
Yes.
So we're only saying this because it's Kobe?
Yes.
Is that why?
Yes.
Someone was saying that when Lillard scored 71, Chauncey had to go over to the Houston's coach and explain why they were keeping him in the game so he could go for a career game.
You're a loser.
Again, I don't know if all of that is true, but it wouldn't surprise me.
But guys do want,
guys want it.
It's an important thing to NBA players. Like Bam, tell Bam that's not legit. Dude, that guy was over the moon after that game.
And the other squad, the other team is obviously with all the hacks, and they were fouling him hard. They didn't want him to score 80. So he got 83. I don't care how it happens, and I heard a bunch of players saying that. Same thing. Like, who cares? At the end of the day, that guy has an 83 on the board, and it will go down as the second greatest scoring game of all time, and good for him.
It's impressive, no matter what it is.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, you don't just, although some of it is like they helped you get there, but you still have to make all the free throws and draw the fouls and get the shots. If you're guessing guys who could drop 83,
it ain't Bam.
How far down the list is he? Like a long way, man.
We would be here.
I would say 50.
Yes.
50-ish.
You'd probably name 50 dudes before you
Because there's guards that probably aren't great, and you're like, oh, he could hit 15 threes.
Yeah.
And then see what happens.
Like, if you told me, I'd have to go to the De'Aaron Foxes of the world and just, I don't know, like, just random dudes. And not, like, he at least is an all-star. You know, like you said, plenty of guys that you're like, dude, if they just stood in the corner and knocked down 18 threes and they just kept feeding him,
I don't even know if he's the main guy on his own team. I'd probably pick Tyler Hero over Bam to score 100 over.
Well, I would never think of it, which is why the Wilt thing is so puzzling. I would never think someone that's a big would be able to even touch this.
Well, I mean, most of the guys he played against couldn't even reach his head. Right?
Size.
Like, yeah, like, so that he was just bigger and better than everyone.
Yeah.
But I feel like, I don't know, there's something about, if like Kobe, maybe it was just because it was Kobe, or it was Lillard, or any of the guys that you're talking about, thinking about, like SGA or somebody just going nuclear.
Yeah.
There is something about it being Bam that kind of made me go, ugh. You know, because of the style of player that he is. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying it's not legitimate. I'm just saying, like, when I heard it was Bam that was doing this, it's like, what? That's weird. And it didn't make me want to tune in to see some guy just red hot, because I knew exactly how that might be going down because of Bam's game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whereas, I was surprised he shot all the threes. I was kind of like, whoa.
Well, he shot 22 and he only made 7.
Yeah, hey, man.
He was shot under 50%.
Dude,
what if he had, on every one of those possessions, he shot a 3, he drew a foul and got to the free throw line?
Some of the threes he shot at the end of the game were horrific. I mean, they're barely touching backboard.
Who cares, man? It's at that point, the game's out of hand. Who cares? Go get. That's the only reason to ever. What the Washington Wizards are upset that someone was paying attention to their game.
You're so right about that.
The only problem is I just don't like the fouling. It's like fouling up by 20 25 points.
it's
That's
done.
my only problem that I have with it.
which is
missing the free throws at the end.
So which is worse? Wilt's team letting the other team score layups on purpose, or intentionally fouling? How is that any different?
It's not.
They're the same.
They're the same.
Same thing.
Exact same thing.
Which is why that
Right.
I'll find who wrote that article, but that was his whole point was Wilt's wasn't ethical, Bam's wasn't ethical, and in 30 years or 20 years or whatever, it won't matter. He has
Nobody
83.
will care.
And by the way, can we also point out he didn't break a record.
I'll give you this.
It's second place, which
Anybody
is cool.
watching
First loser.
Anybody watching Wizards Heat,
Yeah.
that's the best thing that could have happened.
Thank you.
Because otherwise you need to
Yeah, like think you bought a ticket to that game.
slap
Yeah.
yourself. You're watching the Wizards in Heat.
If I went to that game and then Bam had 31, I would have left if they said that Bam, like, if all of a sudden they're like, hey, game's out of hand, the moment Bam comes out, I'm walking
Yeah,
away.
that's true.
But all of a sudden, I'm like, wait, dude, this dude's jacking 23s?
you
We're-
just sold 12 more beers.
We're sticking around.
It reminded me of my littlest son's like first grade games because he was sprinting around like a crazy person, like trying to get the ball, and he was getting fouled. And that's how it is in first grade. It's like one good player just runs around with the ball the whole game.
Best thing that happened to the
great.
Wizards in years was that.
Best Wizard performance since ever.
But I guess the question is do you think that should change where if somebody is doing that maybe we keep a little bit of integrity late in the games? Like maybe that becomes the norm is like, okay, well, you know, because you're not getting those records without
No.
Because there's been a few
compromising.
like Clay. Wasn't Clay in like the 50s or the 60s and they didn't play him in the fourth quarter?
Something like that. I remember he had.
Yeah.
It was like I think he may have broke the NBA 3-point in a game
In like three quarters.
and
then
I don't
didn't
think
play the
they
fourth.
and I
Yeah.
don't think they kept him in. Who was it? Saquon Barkley had a chance to break the rushing record, or at least I think approach the single season, and they didn't play him in the last game. So there have been instances where people are like, "Nah, I'm okay." But for the most part, when you got something, when you got a historic performance in sight, keep it going.
If you're going to score 80, you got to get some help somewhere.
Yeah.
Nah.
You know.
Wizards play Orlando next. What are the odds Banchero drops 90? What if this is the Wizards' bit to
They
get
should.
people to tune into their games?
It'd get me. It's the only reason I'm watching a Wizards game is if you tell me that someone's trying to go for 80.
Oh, the Blazers are still on their schedule.
Yeah, there you go. Who
March 29th.
Scoot going for
They're
75.
here in Portland. Scoot 75. Let's go.
Give me Denny to the. If Bam can shoot 40 plus free throws, how many can Denny get?
And that's a revenge game for Denny. He used to play for
Yeah,
Washington.
Denny to the line
Oh
67 times.
He's going to score 100. All right. Well, congrats.
Yeah, it was cool, man. I liked it.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
Rob, man.
Go Bam. Trey Hendrickson is off the market. We will get to that coming up next on The Fan. now, a little on-air producing. Are we behind? So we need to keep this one.
Yeah, we're behind.
Yeah. We got to talking about Bam. Or maybe it was Mark DeRosa. I don't know.
One of those two.
Or Latrell Spreewell.
Yeah, or Nolan McLean.
I don't like this McLean slander. Although I mentioned on the World Baseball Classic, there wasn't one smart person. There wasn't like a Harvard guy. DeRosa went to Penn. He's an Ivy Leaguer, for God's sakes.
Yeah, it's really inexcusable.
Come on.
Really inexcusable.
We punched our ticket. No, you didn't, Mark. He found out in real time. He's like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I wonder when he found out.
I think right about the time he said, well, we wanted to win, but we had already punched our ticket. And someone was like, shit.
Come on, dude.
Someone said, nah.
The next couple of things.
Nah.
The next couple of things on the list here. Oregon State has a new basketball coach.
Yes.
And we will get to that coming up next. And Trey Hendrickson is off the market.
Mm-hmm.
And as we speculated yesterday, he is going to Baltimore.
Felt like those two things were linked, and it turns out they were. Now it's just a matter of, was it premeditated or was that reactionary?
Now, this would be a good time to tell you before we go that we have 3 live shows out in the wild next week.
Yes.
Did you know that?
I did know that. I do knew that.
Isn't that crazy?
Not really.
3 out of 5.
St. Patty's Day and a little something called the tournament.
It's like the olden days, you know?
Back at the old hot seat. I do knew that.
So on Thursday and Friday, we will be out at Tom's Watch Bar at A. All of the shows will be out there because it is brackets time. And I can't wait for brackets. So you should play hooky and come join us.
And
okay.
St. Patrick's Day. Come drink with us.
Well, hold on. So the Thursday and Friday appearances are courtesy of A, Window Nation, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Cricket Wireless, and Video Only. Can you believe that list has grown exponentially since we first
everyone
announced
coming together.
Everyone is just jumping aboard. And then, yes, on a Tuesday, I believe, is that right?
Yes.
Tuesday, it's St. Patrick's Day, and we're going to Hillsborough.
Yeah.
We are going to be at Front Row Bar and Grill.
Let's do it.
On Embry Drive.
Can't say I've ever been. I don't make it out to that part of the
well, I told
the territory very often.
I told our, Dusty lives in Hillsborough.
Yes.
And I told him, I said, I don't think I've been to Hillsborough proper.
Are we showing up at
since the 1900s?
Are we showing up at the Fan Man's house afterwards for the after party?
I don't know. I haven't been invited. If so,
well, I don't think we're invited. I think we're just showing up.
So it's going to be exciting. Front Row Sports Bar on Tuesday. A Tom's Watch Bar Thursday and Friday. Now, if you're wondering where are we Monday and Wednesday, we're in studio.
Right here. So you
can't see us.
You can't. Well, you can. YouTube,
well, I guess we're on YouTube.
CW, but if you want to see us in person and yell at us.
And why would you want that?
Come on out.
We're pretty ugly. And we're devout alcoholics, so watch out.
We will be at bars. Will we be drinking?
Might have a few.
It's possible.
I always like to drink on St. Patrick's Day and for March Madness, so yeah, probably will. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
All right, I think we done with that. We done with promo time?
We done.
You guys all right with that?
Yeah.
Why are we wearing a Louisville shirt, Steven?
I don't know. I found it at Ross for like $4. So.
All right.
It's a great explanation.
It is, and one that I probably should have predicted. Thought maybe there was a story there.
No.
Nope.
No.
Ross dress for less, $4.
$4.
You never cease to amaze us, Mr. Vaughn. What an animal. All right, let's break. Okay?
Probably, yes.
Stop talking.
I have
tired
stopped
of you talking.
for a while.
Coming up next, Trey Hendrickson and Oregon State has hired their coach.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Yesterday, we liked Houston to cover against Toronto in pro basketball because Toronto is not good against good teams. Houston ended up winning and covering the spread. Tonight, Toronto is on the road at New Orleans and is a short road favorite. New Orleans is bad, and that means Toronto can be good. We'll lay the short price with Toronto in New Orleans. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Dusty. When I'm craving real flavor, I hit Victorico's Mexican food. Family-owned, fresh food made from scratch, and it tastes like it. Plus, check out their everyday value menu for big flavor at a great price. When you think of flavor, think of Victorico's. Online at victoricos.com.
It's all about the standard. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm. And my firm does one thing, and we do it very well. We represent good people facing DUI charges. Spring is on the way, and with it comes the tournament. Probably my favorite sporting event. I love the Cinderella teams, the buzzer beaters, the excitement, and then of course there are my annual delusions of bracket grandeur. Let's just say you don't want my help on brackets. But I do have a tip to share that's a bit more serious. It's the end of the game, and as you look around you quickly see first, you're the most sober one in your group, and second, they shouldn't drive. So you step up. What you do next though is where folks can make a mistake. Don't compare yourself to someone who's been drinking as you decide whether you should drive. Compare yourself to someone sober. That's the standard police use, and it's all about the standard. So, enjoy the game, absolutely take care of your buddies. Just don't put yourself in harm's way in the process. I hope you never need our help, but please keep our number in your telephone. And if you or someone you believe in has been arrested for a DUI, please call us as soon as possible. The Reynolds Defense Firm. We're solid, we're here if you need us, and we are very good at what we do.
The sound of spring in Oregon.
And the pitch.
Power at the plate.
Swings and lifts one on the right side through the infield, base hit.
Precision on the mound.
The 3-2 pitch on the way, fastball!
It's time for Oregon State Beavers baseball. New moments, new heroes, same relentless Beaver baseball. Watch the Oregon State Beavers all season long on the free Coin Plus streaming app and on Portland CW, your home for local sports.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Oregon State men's basketball is done for the season, and they fired their coach Wayne Tinkle, but they have hired their new man, and it's going to be Michigan assistant Justin Joyner to be the next head coach down in Corvallis. Joyner has been on the Michigan staff for the past 2 seasons, and before that, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 seasons. 38-year-old played basketball at UC Santa Barbara, so he does have a lot of West Coast ties, and he has learned from 2 of the better coaches in Randy Bennett and Dusty May. While Syracuse, they are firing their head basketball coach Adrian Autry after 3 seasons. Big news in the NBA last night. Miami Heat big man Bam Adebayo made history by scoring 83 points in a 150-129 win over the Wizards. Adebayo now holds the second most points in a single game, and in the process set the NBA record for the most free throws made and attempted in a single game by going 36 of 43 from the free throw line. The NFL, they are looking into scheduling a game for the day before Thanksgiving, beginning with this season. Last year, there was at least one football game, NFL or college, for 49 straight days, but that streak ended because there was no games on Thanksgiving Eve. Well, the NFL is looking to fix that. And after pivoting away from Max Crosby, the Ravens are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson to a 4-year, $112 million deal. While the Indianapolis Colts and Daniel Jones, they reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million deal that could be worth up to $100 million. Jones is recovering from a torn Achilles, but is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George Okoye at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George Okoye at WarrenAllen.com.
What?
All right, welcome back. Just turned on Italy, Mexico. So what we are rooting for, again, is we are rooting for Italy to win or Mexico to score 5 or more runs. That's what we need.
Yes.
If either of those things happen, then we're cruising into the quarters.
Yeah, the only way that the U.S. gets knocked out and their World Baseball Classic would be done is Mexico beats Italy and scores 4 or less.
Yeah. So we will keep you posted. It's already now. Steven, did you get the conspiracy theory parlay in?
I did. Yeah, I put a little pizza bet on that one.
So the conspiracy theory parlay, by the way, is that Mexico and Italy can guarantee their survival and not have to deal with the U.S. anymore by Italy laying down and
Mexico winning
and not scoring more than 4 runs.
Right. If they wanted to.
Yeah, you could rig this game.
So Steven has bet on that it is rigged.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a bad little parlay. Plus 260.
No.
Get a little pizza for
the
kids.
Pizza bet.
The chance that you can move on and not have to deal with the odds-on favorite. I mean, if you're trying to win the World Baseball Classic, it would behoove both of these squads to get rid of the United States.
Well, but the other way is that one of them's out,
Yeah.
So
yeah, you both guarantee to move on, and you're eliminating the biggest competition that you have.
So Italy's really the one that should go to Mexico and say, "Hey, listen, we're gonna let you win this game.
Yeah, just don't score 4 runs or more than 4 runs.
Yeah, just call off the dogs at 3.
Yeah,
and we may give you one more. Yeah, exactly. And then if Mexico went to Italy, they could say, "Hey, listen, we don't like the Americans. You don't like the Americans. How about this? You don't beat us tonight. We'll call off the dogs at 3."
Look, it won't happen that way, but I mean, it's a fun conspiracy theory parlay.
I don't know. So we'll keep you posted. Oregon State has a new basketball coach. We were talking yesterday about whether you'd rather it be a name you know or someone you don't know.
Yeah.
We have learned that it is someone we don't know.
No. Even though that name, like when as soon as Tinko got fired, this name had surfaced and was a popular name, even though I'd never heard of him.
So it is not Doug Gottlieb,
no,
whom you have heard of. It is not Bobby Hurley.
Not Damon Stoudemire.
Not Damon Stoudemire. Rather, it is Justin Joyner.
Yeah. Who?
Justin Joyner. So he's a 38-year-old assistant. He is at Michigan. Michigan happens to be pretty good.
Yeah. Could win the whole stinking thing.
He formerly coached under Randy Bennett at St. Mary's, and his wife, Tracy, is the Ducks women's soccer coach.
Oh, man.
So,
by the way, how does that work out? You're a coach in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
She's a coach in Eugene. How?
That's what I didn't know if maybe that's a new thing now that couples that coach.
They just hate each other, and so they don't.
Well, I mean,
maybe no kids also.
No, they have one.
Oh, they do?
They have one kid.
Who? I'm assuming she stays with mom.
Yeah, I mean,
no one wants to stay with dad.
Yeah.
I mean, what is a great dad is just an average mom.
Well, dad's not around. He's grinding.
Busy out there doing things. And she's not grinding with the lady? Is she the soccer coach or one of?
She's the head women's soccer coach.
Wow.
Now.
So this is actually.
Do you think it's possible that Joyner
took this because?
No, he really lobbied for that job because of that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if this is a big deal for him because not only is it a chance to be a head coach, basketball, you don't have to be a power 4 guy. You can exist in the is it now group of 6? The hell are we doing? The non-power.
The non-powers.
Whatever. The non-powers. You can exist in that world and still be successful, and you get to be by mom. I'll tell you what. That's a hell of a lot better because you can get a place. Yeah. You can. I don't know what town is exactly halfway between Corvallis and Eugene.
Good question.
But you get a little condo right there. A little house on the prairie right in between them, and you're good to go. It's a hell of a lot better than commuting for some snooky from Ann Arbor to Eugene. That's a tough flight.
Like as you said, the Pac-12 is going to be a decent basketball conference as well. So you can get an at-large bid to the NCAA tournament in that Pac-12 conference. Like it's not one of these one-bid leagues. Yeah. This is going to be a multiple bid league. So if you're good, you can be decent in this.
And by the way, supposedly they say he's a very qualified coach, but I guess he's a nasty recruiter. Like that's his
with West Coast ties.
So no,
I want Doug Gottlieb.
Well, you need an NIL budget. You can be a great recruiter. That was the Ed Ogeron thing. Remember when Ed Ogeron went to Ole Miss and he was like lauding how good of a recruiter he was, but he pissed off all the boosters and they were like, "Cool, we're not going to pay for any players." So as long as you get your NIL figured out, I mean, this guy comes from right now one of the best programs in the country, West Coast ties, young guy, 38. Ties out here with the wife. Maybe he sticks around a little bit longer. I think if you're Oregon State,
what's not to love?
What's not to love?
It's just the unknown of him not being a head coach, right?
Yeah.
Like he may fail. It reminds me a lot of the Jamarcus Shepard hired.
Sure.
Where he was at Alabama, but he was at Washington before, had the West Coast ties.
But this needs to be said, and this isn't a knock. Oregon State will never get a proven head coach ever again. It's just that's not a thing. When you are a non-power four, and even honestly, a lot of the power four that are lower teams, you don't get the proven head coach. You get one of two things. You either take the old retread, which I thanks but no thanks, or you get the up and coming guy. You get the Joiners, you get the Shepards, and you hope that they have success and they leave you better than when they got here. And I do think maybe the wife being in Eugene, maybe
he lobbied for the job.
Yeah, and maybe he gets to stick around a little bit longer.
Maybe he wants to keep the job, not move on somewhere better.
Someone saying Monroe between Corvallis
I asked
and Eugene.
ChatGPT this, and they are saying that if the what's their names? The Joiners?
The Joiners.
If the Joiners wanted to live equidistant between Corvallis and Eugene, they would actually live a few miles north of Monroe and grab some farmland out there.
Well, I don't know if they're...
Now, if you wanted to just live in Monroe, it's a little closer to Corvée than it is Eugene.
By the way, only 8 homes for sale right now in Monroe.
Oh, wow. Find him a good one.
But there's a beautiful here, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,500 square feet.
Okay. It's a little small.
But it's nicely appointed. It's kind of got a log cabin, woodsy sort of feel. It's on 2 acres.
I feel like that's small.
$675.
No, go higher. Anything nicer?
Okay, well, I got 3,300 square feet, 4-bedroom, 4-bath.
There you go.
Very nice, but it's going to run you $1 million.
I bet he buys that house.
But it's nice. Like it's...
Wait, we're already making plans for him to live in Monroe.
This is nice. Look, this is
They could live in Junction City if they like.
They could
also live in Harrisburg.
No, this is the one. Telling you. Solar panels, off the grid, log cabin, beautiful.
You get a percentage of this or what, Suk?
If you saw this home, you should go to Zillow and look up this home in Monroe, Oregon for $949.
Nah.
I'm telling you. And it's on Smitty Place. Let's go. I think I found him a winner. Granite.
Make sure to let him know.
Yeah, someone get a hold of the Joiners down there. Tell them I'm on this.
Or they just live where
Tracy
lives. Something tells me she might have a say in that.
They get to...
Nah.
You getting the housing taken care of too? Some places do that.
In Corvallis?
Well, or Eugene. I know like Stanford and Berkeley, they do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
For the coaches, because it's so expensive to live there, they give you the university buys up homes, and then you can go live there. I don't know how that works in Corvallis, Eugene.
All right. Coming up next.
I grew up in Junction City. No one should live there. That's unfair.
That is unfair. Doesn't Wilcox live down there?
Yeah. He keeps inviting me down, although I'm kind of terrified because he calls me up. He's like, you got to get down here for a Junction City weekend. I'm terrified of what may happen with me and Josh unchecked in Junction City. Dude.
So Trey Hendrickson is off the market. He's headed to Baltimore. What really happened with Max Crosby? We'll get to all that coming up next on The Fan.
a.m.
All right, in the news is coming up next. We might have the largest drug bust in Eastern Washington history.
Is that a prestigious list
of drug busts in Eastern Washington?
I just don't know. Like, if you told me that there was the largest drug bust in like northeast, I don't know, Cowlitz County, would I be like, oh my God? And then I find out that
it's the only one.
Well, it's a comparative statement. I need something to compare it to.
Well, I mean, it does seem like
seems like a good
one.
In
the history of the state,
yeah,
all of Eastern Washington, it's probably pretty significant.
I just feel like I would feel better if you told me that this was the second largest in the state of Washington. Like the fact that you're qualifying this with Eastern Washington, it leads me to believe, you know me, I'm always skeptical when I read these headlines. I'm like, I'm going to need some further detail.
Are they just trying to get you to click on the story?
A little bit.
Well, we're going to find out.
I think it'd even be better if you told me, which would be better, the largest in Eastern Washington history, if I told you the fifth largest in Washington state history.
Fifth doesn't do anything for me. I think you got to go largest in Eastern.
Really?
Yeah. Now, if you said second largest in Washington.
No, okay. All right.
But then you lose me at third or fourth. Certainly fifth.
Perhaps only interested in medal stand drug busts.
That's right.
I get it.
So we'll get to that coming up next. But Trey Hendrickson has gone to Baltimore.
Yeah.
4 years, $112 million, $60 million guaranteed, and a $20 million signing bonus.
That was the very first thing that I thought of when the news broke, that everyone was like, wow. I am a little surprised that people are acting like this has never happened before. I'm not saying this is common, but this does happen where players or people back out of trades. It's usually not someone of the magnitude of Crosby. But this does happen, on a somewhat regular basis. But that was the first thing I thought of was like, how much of that is failed physical and how much of that is the Trey Hendrickson market didn't quite materialize. And now you have two sides that are pointing fingers. One side is saying one thing, the other side is saying the other. Where the truth is, you'll probably never know. But the public is going to speculate that this was all an underhanded, dirty deal on the part of the Ravens.
I have hot Italy-Mexico news.
Okay.
My Kansas City Royals first baseman, Vinny Pasquantino, has just gone yard. Italy leads 1-0.
That's what we need.
And that's what we need. If Italy wins, we're in.
Right. All right. Even though Italy is just a bunch of Americans. 24 of the 30 players, American-born.
So it sounds like the new James Andrews. You remember when James Andrews was all the rage for elbow surgeries?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Dr. James Andrews. Anybody in any sport, really, who had an elbow injury would go to see him. Well, the new James Andrews for knees is the Cowboys team doctor.
And he made like a press conference today. He's releasing statements.
Dude, he's a big deal. His name is Daniel Cooper. He's the guy with the cowboy hat that's on the Cowboys sideline. Remember, you always see him.
Yeah.
He apparently did Patrick Mahomes' knee surgery, and according to sources, he's the one that reviewed Crosby's MRI. Apparently a bunch of doctors reviewed Crosby's MRI.
Sure.
But he's the one, which also would explain why Dallas backed out on Crosby.
Yeah, because they said after this, Dallas was not going to re-engage.
Right, and that's because the Cowboys doctor, Daniel Cooper, also, I don't know how this works. Like, he's the Cowboys doctor, but he's advising the Ravens.
Sure.
Okay. I guess that's okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
If I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, why are you doing that?
Well, I think sometimes what happens too is just because you're the team doctor doesn't mean that you don't have another practice.
Well, I guess that's true.
So
yeah.
it's
It's like Mahomes went to him
Sure.
for his surgery,
Yeah.
and he has every right to. That's true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like
it is a little odd.
It's a little wild westy, but hey, it's Texas.
Yeah.
So he and other docs, I guess, reviewed Crosby's MRI, and that's the guy that ultimately had helped Baltimore back out of the deal.
Yeah. So a lot of people are going to speculate that this was all premeditated on the part of the Ravens. I don't necessarily believe that the premeditation thing, the Ravens did not set out to screw anyone over, right? They obviously tried to make a deal with Max Crosby in good faith. And the only difference in opinion now is, did they back out because of a legit medical concern? And this would seem to back that up. If the Cowboys and the Ravens both looked at that and were like, no. Or did they back out of it because the market for Hendrickson didn't really develop. They felt that they could get Hendrickson and keep their picks, and they had kind of been sacked in free agency. They had lost a lot of guys. I don't know how many of those guys they actively tried to sign back. So those are the two kind of working theories. But we also found out today that while they were reviewing Max Crosby's knee and giving him a physical, Trey Hendrickson was in the building.
Ooh.
And so that has kind of ruffled some feathers. And Baltimore came out and said, no, we were trying to sign both. They said when we lost Linderbaum on that record-setting contract to the Raiders, we were going to take that space and we were going to sign Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson. We were going to get the best pass rush in the NFL.
Did we buy that?
I don't know. I mean, again, this is where the Ravens are claiming that this is absolute hogwash, that this is ridiculous, that we set up to do something nefarious. They're saying we wanted them both. You can choose to believe whoever you want to believe, but those are the two narratives. But you knew the moment Crosby, the deal got axed, you knew Hendrickson was plan B. But herein lies the question. Everyone has a plan B. If your plan is to go out and sign Max Crosby and you don't know that that's 100%, you have other plans. And the plan being Trey Hendrickson. So the fact that they were able to get a deal done with Trey so quickly, again, goes to one of two things. Either you were talking to Trey Hendrickson because he was your plan B and you pivoted back to it, or you were trying to sign Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby. And at that case, both of those could explain why you got a deal done with Trey so quickly after the Crosby deal fell apart, or you could go down the conspiracy theory road of you decided to screw over Max Crosby, and no one will ever really know.
Why would they do that though? Like,
do what?
Why would they screw over Max Crosby on purpose? Like, what is the point?
It's not screwing over Max Crosby. If you are a conspiracy theory, the conspiracy theory is simply you got cold feet. You went to do the Max Crosby deal, and somewhere over the last 3 or 4 days, you realized that's expensive. And not only is it expensive, but we can get someone. And by the way, Trey Hendrickson over the last 4 or 5 years has been more productive than Max Crosby.
So they're saying there's if I'm a conspiracy theorist, I'm saying there's no knee injury. They're just using that as an excuse to get out of the deal that they had buyer's remorse on.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
Yeah. And then you get into the whole knee of when I saw videos of him like kind of moving around after the knee surgery, that would indicate that it was a clip of the meniscus, not a repair. They're now saying, no, this is a full repair. And we talked about this yesterday. A full repair is a 6-month recovery. So with a 6-month recovery, some of those videos of him running around, either those are old videos or it's possible that the Ravens aren't thrilled that this close after that surgery that he's moving around like that. That's not conducive to long-term healing. But maybe those videos are older videos. But if it is a repaired meniscus, and that's what Crosby and his team are saying, that he's way above schedule, you're still having to project months down the road that he's going to be 100%. And there is a possibility that your doctor or the Cowboys doctor looked at that and said, I can't guarantee that he's going to be 100%. I can't guarantee that there's not going to be arthritis there. And when you're talking about giving up 2 ones and paying that guy $36+ million a year, there is a chance they just looked at it and were like, this is a real risky move, and this is a less risky situation over here, and it's cheaper, and we get to keep our ones. And the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle of all this.
One thing that might point away from the conspiracy theory would be, like Trey Hendrickson, there were a lot of teams that wanted him.
Yes.
So I guess the Lions were in on him, the Colts, the Bills, the Eagles, the Bucks, even the Commies, I read.
Yeah.
But he wanted a deal. He wanted a longer term deal. So some of the shorter term teams dropped out, but he also wanted to be on a contender.
Yeah.
But in other words, I would think that if the Ravens were not sniffing around Hendrickson,
he probably would have
gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was still out there means that he was probably engaged with the Ravens, even with the Max Crosby deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's which is why I said the moment Crosby got cut and there hadn't been any real movement on Trey Hendrickson, you had to think that was at least talks. But again, that can be one of two things. The Ravens were skeptical of the knee and thought this may fall through, or you were trying to sign both. Right. And you can believe whatever you want, but these things do happen. And this dumb notion that like this taints the Ravens and no one will work with the Ravens and this is such a bad look. Andrew Brandt was on with Dirt and Sprague this morning, and they asked me that question, and he laughed. He goes, "Oh my God." He goes, "The amount of times I had an agent tell me that I would never work with their client again, or I would never work with this team again." He goes, "Yeah, that lasts about a month until you need to work with someone else's client." Will this ruffle some feathers and piss some people off? Yeah. I feel bad for Max Crosby. I feel bad for the Raiders.
What happens with him now?
Sounds like he may just be stuck in Vegas.
Oh, really?
They may have to. Well, he's not getting 2 1s anymore, because here lies the real crappy part. If you are now a GM and you trade for Max Crosby and you give up 2 1s and you pay him obviously what his contract pays him, top end of the market, and that knee does turn out to be problematic, you're fired. You're a fool. And so that risk, he will not get 2 1s. I don't know what the compensation is anymore, but it's no longer 2 1s. He is, for better or worse, he is damaged goods. So I don't know if that goes to a 1 and a 4. I don't know if that goes to a 1 and a 3. I don't know if it just turns into a 1. But the Raiders claim that they can fit everyone under one umbrella and they can keep Max. So we'll see. He may have to swallow the pride, mend fences, and come back to Vegas and see what happens. Because at least it sounds like a couple of teams are still calling, but a couple of teams have said, no, we're not doing this. We've already filled up where we're going to spend our cap money. And you want to talk about risk. That's a ball. If you're a GM and you give up 2 1s and that knee turns out to be arthritic and he's not the same player, how many talk show hosts and fans and people are waiting to be like, you dumbass? The Ravens backed out of this. You saw the medical records. You did it anyways. That's the sort of stuff that gets your throat cut.
Are you kidding me?
All right, in the news is coming up next. We have the largest drug bust in Eastern Washington history. Now, is that a large drug bust? We're going to find out. Here's Steven.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, a great spot for any occasion. And don't forget, you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on The Fan. Oregon State men's basketball is expected to hire Michigan assistant Justin Joyner as its next head coach. Joyner has been on the Michigan staff for the past 2 years. Before that, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 years. He played basketball at UC Santa Barbara, so he does have a lot of West Coast ties, but it looks like the Beavs have locked in their guy going forward. While Syracuse, they are firing their head basketball coach, Adrian Autry, after 3 years. Miami Heat big man Bam Adebayo made history last night by scoring 83 points in a 150-129 win over the Wizards. Adebayo is now second all-time in most points in a single game with 83, and in the process, he set the NBA record for most free throws made and attempted in a single game, going 36 of 43 from the free throw line. After pivoting away from Max Crosby, the Ravens, they are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson to a 4-year, $112 million deal, while the Indianapolis Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones, they have reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million contract that could be up to $100 million. Now, Jones, of course, is recovering from a torn Achilles from last year. He is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season, and sources say he should be expected to be ready by training camp. And after losing 8-6 to Italy yesterday, the United States needs some help to make the quarterfinals. They need Italy to beat Mexico or Mexico to win and score less than 4 runs. Well, good news for America. It is 1-0 Italy early in the top of the second inning as Vinny Pasquantino hit a home run for Italy. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
gotta da-da-da-da, keep trucking. Grateful Dead. Were you ever a Deadhead?
Nah. I went to one Grateful Dead concert and
Bro.
didn't do it for me. I've
Yeah.
tried.
Oh, you went at least.
I went. I've done the Dead. I did Widespread Panic
Yeah.
and Fish, and it just close thing I ever got was like Blues Travelers, a jam band, but they don't play songs that are like 19 minutes.
All right. Well, I was never into the Dead either.
Yeah. I can appreciate it. I mean, I get why, but
Greatness.
yeah.
It is March 11, 2026. It is time now for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. How are you?
Doing great.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. It is World Plumbing Day, so
shout out to you plumbers out there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Shout out to you plumbers out there. I have nothing else to say about that.
If you, because I fancy.
But we appreciate you plumbers.
Well, I am I've said I am a C+ to B- handyman. But boy, when water starts leaking, I call in the pros. A&E Heating and Plumbing came out to my house, and the only thing that I did that was a couple weeks ago. The only thing I did by trying to fix that myself was to rip the hell out of my arm. You got to know when you're in over your head. And I feel like with most plumbing situations, when water starts leaking and walls are dripping, yeah, call a pro.
It is also Debunking Day.
Oh, we got to debunk the.
Yeah, you have to debunk all the myths.
Except every time you debunk something, then someone just tells you that you're a sheep, and they do their
That's
own.
right.
I do my own research, aka I listen to Joe Rogan.
Well, I have listened to Joe Rogan, and I have 5 recently debunked things. Are you ready?
What do we got?
1, cold weather causes colds.
Yeah, but cold weather can also make your nose runny, and then you wipe your nose more often, and that's what gets you sick.
But cold weather does not cause colds.
It does not.
Number 2.
But that's why everyone always thought that.
Goldfish have 3-second memories.
How do you prove
They do not.
How do you prove or disprove that?
They have memories that last months. I don't know. Maybe they study them.
So
or something.
goldfish can
Yeah.
Can goldfish love you?
They'll hold grudges.
Ooh, dangerous.
But then they'll stop because months have passed, and they're like, I forgot about you.
I feel like I would like goldfish, but I feel bad because I feel like it's prison. It's fish prison. I don't know.
Yeah, it's too small.
Yeah.
They're just swimming around in there.
I like a good aquarium, but I just feel like the entire time that fish is looking at me like you suck. And they hold grudges.
Yeah, for a couple months, yeah. Be mad at you.
Can't do that.
Shaving makes your hair grow back thicker.
I wish.
It does not.
I've been shaving my head for like 15 years. It does not make it grow back thicker. I can assure you of that.
Also recently debunked, coffee dehydrates you. It does not.
Does caffeine? 'Cause people, I hear that a bunch because I'm a caffeine guy.
Well, why don't you do your own research and listen to Joe Rogan?
I just don't care. I keep drinking it. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I don't care either. But apparently it doesn't dehydrate you. And cracking your knuckles gives you arthritis. It does not. Those are 5 recently debunked things.
Says the dude who's part of mainstream media. Boomer.
That's right.
This Big 12 court, by the way, the flashing stuff, this is terrible.
An Odyssey station.
I'm watching the BYU West Virginia game, and like after big plays, like they flash stuff on the court, and it's going to give someone a seizure.
Well, some of the players on Kansas State said it was that actually one of the guys got a migraine because of the court.
Yeah.
It's giving him migraines and it's very slippery because
Like
it's glass.
Ken and Donnie.
Well, Debunking just had a ridiculous drive and dunk, and then they showed the court like it shattered. I'm like, do we really need to do that?
They're taking a page out of the NBA's book.
I guess.
You know, there's a betting theory because you got to find an angle.
Absolutely.
To bet unders at the Big 12 tournament because the court is so off-putting for the players.
And I guess it's really
it's
slippery.
Slick too. Yeah. That's a theory.
I don't see what the BYU West Virginia under is.
Yeah, it's 31-23 at half, so you're probably sitting pretty if you bet the under.
Debunking has been so good, though.
The Drug Enforcement Administration, otherwise known as the DEA, if you do believe the government.
Fake news.
Conducted the largest drug seizure in eastern Washington history last week. This was March 3rd. The feds executed a search warrant, multiple locations in the Tri-Cities that led to a massive amount of drugs and cash.
kind of drugs are we talking about here in Eastern Washington?
They were based on an ongoing drug trafficking investigation into a man named Amador Sanchez and his co-conspirators. Law enforcement discovered Sanchez used multiple residences, including at least one residence in each of the Tri-Cities, to hide his illegal activities.
I will say that if I was going to think of a place that would be the major hub, Tri-Cities is right up that, that's top of the list.
Yeah, somebody texted in earlier and said Yakima is definitely cartel territory because they're running up I-5.
Yep.
But can't be right on I-5. And Yakima seems tasty for that sort of.
When I was driving to Ellensburg to drop off my kid, you'd always see that as you're kind of driving by and you're like, I don't feel like anything good's happening out there.
Well, it's like you wonder how many times you were on I-5. We've all driven I-5 a billion times, and you see all these trucks, and you just wonder how much of of that stuff, how much drugs have you passed?
I feel like a lot.
I think a lot.
Well, and then you get some human traffic. I feel like anytime I see one of those beat up trucks, you're always like, something's going down. Middle of the night, you're like, it doesn't look
So you ask, what kind of drugs and how much? 200 pounds of meth. That's a lot.
Is it?
200 pounds?
I don't think that sounds like that much.
That's a human of meth.
I feel like we've done bigger meth busts.
Not in Eastern Washington. 164 pounds of powdered fentanyl.
That sounds like it, because that's where they do the scary. One fairy wing of fentanyl can kill 1,000 humans. They always give you that one.
And now this one's a little underwhelming. Only 5 pounds of cocaine.
See, I may have 5 pounds of cocaine on me right now. That's the biggest bust in Eastern Washington.
Law enforcement also seized 16 guns and approximately $2 million in cash.
That's pretty good.
Dude, that's a big op.
Yeah.
That's cartel stuff. Okay?
Look, I like the meth part of it. All right, the 200 pounds of meth, but the rest of that? Well, the $2 million too. 16 guns though, 5 pounds of coke. By the way, I Googled 4 days ago. How many? You said 200 pounds of meth?
Yeah.
4 days ago, Northern California, 2,700 pounds of meth seized.
Ooh.
2,700
pounds? In one bust?
One bust.
Damn.
KCRA, 4 days ago.
I stand corrected.
Now there's a meth bust.
So I wonder if this Sanchez guy, is he tied to, it doesn't say anything about his ties to cartels.
I would assume.
He's probably tied to cartels,
I would
right?
think so.
What if you get, you're in a cartel.
Yeah.
And you're all cocky and you're waving your guns around, and then they're like, hey, you're going to Tri-Cities.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, really?
Or is it cool to be in Tri-Cities because the one's messing with you? You get to do whatever you want?
I don't think you get to do much cool stuff in Tri-Cities.
Yeah.
Party with the what's the college there?
In Tri-Cities?
Or in Walla Walla. Isn't there
Is Wenatchee out there? Or
Whitman.
Whitman?
Whitman. You get to party with the Whitman girls. Poor guys.
It's like when your boss your company transfers you out to someplace. You're like,
Uh-oh, get out. Nice. Our Italians now up 2-0 on the lowly Mexicans.
Well, to be fair, if the Italians get to 4, it's over.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it's over.
Oh, yeah, the Italian. No, I thought it was Mexico's.
No,
rounds.
if the Italians get to 4, Mexico can't beat them scoring 4 runs or under. So
that makes
if
sense.
Italy gets to 4 runs, the U.S. is through.
I didn't think of it that way.
We're
That's
halfway
right.
there.
Halfway home. We're in the 4th inning.
Yeah.
Boy, this is gonna end 4-3.
Looks like my kids won't be getting pizza tonight.
Oh, I don't know, dude. It's already the 4th. If it stays 2-0 going into the 6th,
now the panic
watch out.
I wonder if the Vaughn kids are at home right now realizing that the difference between Hamburger Helper and some Little Caesars is whether or not Dad's
Mexico.
the Sawbuck parlay comes in.
All right.
Way to go, Eastern Washington.
Yeah. Well, it's the feds. I mean, it's not even the locals. It's the feds.
Yeah.
The DEA. Yeah. So it must have been.
I mean, it's not Northern California, but it's a solid drug bust. 2 million. I think some of that million just kind of was 2.5 million. Oh, I found 2 million. It's got to be tempting, right? you're the one counting the C's cash, you're like, well, there's a couple here.
Don't they keep all that like in a locker?
Yeah. But someone has to collect it, and no one knows how much it is until it's turned in. So a couple stacks go missing. Who's to say?
I bet that happens all the time.
It's got to, right?
I mean, all the time.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, coming up next, love for a local beer garden. This is In the News on The Fan. All right, this is in the news, March 11, 2026. Paya. USA Today has named an Oregon beer garden among its best in the United States.
What do we got?
They released a list of the best beer gardens in the United States.
What is the definition of a beer garden?
Outdoor place to drink a beer?
But like a patio wouldn't be a beer garden. Do you have to have multiple beers? Like,
do you have to have a plant for it to be a garden?
Some sort of fern, if you will. I just don't exactly know what the definition of a beer garden is.
They were nominated by a panel of beer experts and voted as best by readers. They stand out for their lush green spaces, quality beer selection, and inviting atmospheres. Many offer grassy lawns, shady trees, comfortable seating, great food, and even room for your four-legged friends to relax beside you. Topwire. Have you heard of Topwire?
I have not.
It's in Woodburn, your old stomping grounds.
Well, that's why I'm... No offense to Woodburn, but I'm not driving there to go to Topwire.
Well, Topwire is kind of a cool spot. Now, I have yet to go there, but I've heard about it. And there was one time, and I don't remember the circumstance, where we were going to go there, and it didn't work out. But it's right in the middle of the hop fields on the hop farm.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool. Like, you're in there drinking, and they got a bunch of tables and umbrellas set up.
So this is just a winery for white dudes as opposed to white women.
I think that's.
I mean, I'm
looking. Fair.
I'm looking here, and this.
It looks like a winery, but you're drinking beer amongst the hops, not the vineyards.
Yes, because my gal is always trying to get me like, let's go out and drink wine. I'm like, yeah, let's drive 2 hours to go drink. But this feels like the same thing. It looks like they have a hell of a plate of nachos, though. So they got that going for them.
So it's located in Woodburn with a beer garden surrounded by the hop fields of Crosby Hop Farm. Topwire features views of Mount Hood and the best craft beer in a fresh air setting. Set on a working hop farm in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the seasonally open Topwire Hop Project offers a beer garden surrounded by the crops that make the magic happen, says the USA Today. Guests can enjoy hop-forward brews and other styles in an open-air setting that highlights the connection between agriculture and brewing.
Okay.
The top 5 beer gardens on the list are Watermark Brewing Company in Stevensville, Michigan. Hoplot Brewing Company in Suttons Bay, Michigan. Henmick Farm and Brewery in Delaware, Ohio.
Got a lot of that Midwest. I mean, they're great drinkers out there.
Twin Oast Brewing in Port Clinton, Ohio, and Lost Cabin Beer Company in Hill City, South Dakota.
I think the only probably real beer garden that I go to on any regular basis is Little Beast Brewing is right off a Division. That's outdoors, and they got the tents and all that. I would think that's a beer garden. That's probably the closest thing I come to that.
Well, all right.
Do you have a beer garden you go to?
Well, I do love a good beer garden.
Yeah.
It's more about vibes.
Yeah.
I don't drink a lot of beer, so you're more likely to catch me at a winery.
Yeah.
But
like if I'm just outside at a bar, like
you're kind of in a beer garden.
I'm in. So like if I'm at the Deschutes and I'm outside and they're outdoor, am I in a beer garden?
The one down in Northwest there?
Yeah.
Do they have an outdoor?
Yeah, they got an outdoor.
Do they? Yeah, I feel like that's a beer garden.
Okay.
As long as they have a plant.
That's the key.
Got a plant.
Yeah. I think most of those places like Stormbreaker and I think most of those places have Breakside. They have an outdoor space.
Well, didn't make this list.
Sorry, boys.
You got to be in and amongst the hop fields
Yeah.
to make this list.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm not driving out there for that.
That is in the news, March 11, 2026, brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. A lot of headlines today, and we will get to all of them, including Oregon State has made a hire for its new basketball coach. Next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Oregon State University has found their new head basketball coach on the men's side. They're going to hire Michigan assistant Justin Joyner to be the new man. Joyner has been on the Michigan staff for the past 2 seasons, and before that, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 years. The 38-year-old played basketball at UC Santa Barbara, does have a lot of ties to the West Coast, being on the St. Mary's staff and playing for Santa Barbara. While Syracuse, they're firing their head basketball coach, Adrian Autry, after 3 seasons. Miami Heat big man Bam Adebayo made history last night, scoring 83 points in the 150-129 win over the Wizards. Adebayo now second all-time in the NBA in most points in a single game, and in that process, he set the NBA record for most free throws made and attempted in a single game. He went 36 for 43 from the free throw line. The NFL, they're looking into scheduling a game the day before Thanksgiving, starting this season. Last year, there was at least one football game, NFL or college, for 49 straight days, but the streak ended and was broken because there's no games on Thanksgiving Eve. The NFL tried to change that. And after pivoting away from Max Crosby, the Ravens, they are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson to a 4-year, $112 million deal. Indianapolis Colts and Daniel Jones, they've reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million deal that can be worth up to $100 million in incentives. Jones is recovering from a torn Achilles, but is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. And Team USA lost to Italy last night, needs some help to get to the quarterfinals. They need an Italy win. Well, Italy is up 2-0 as we head into the top of the 5th over Mexico. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. We are your sportsmen. I am Isaac. Hello. Big Sook's right over there.
Right.
Look at him. We've got Stephen Vaughn over there sweating out his conference tournament bets tonight.
Well, that and the conspiracy parlay in this Italy-Mexico game.
Yeah. How you feeling? Okay, so Italy's up 2-0 in the 5th. You bet the conspiracy parlay. You're probably not feeling too bad here.
I don't feel good because Mexico has no runs, but because I need Mexico to win.
But you need a low-scoring game.
You need Mexico to come back and win this game 3-2 or 4-2.
Yeah, I mean it's still alive for sure.
It's in play.
Yeah,
it's in play.
It's alive.
Top of 5, Italy's up 2-0, and remember, the key here is Mexico has to win, but score less than 5 runs.
I mean, this is the perfect cover-up, right? Hey, you know what? We tried.
Yeah. We blew it in the 9th.
Yeah,
sorry, U.S.
Yeah, we scored runs early. We just...
And Mexico was favored in this game.
They were.
Coming up in the club tonight, I have the very new hot-off-the-presses list of celebrity billionaires. We'll tell you how many there are now.
It's not us.
No, you're not on it.
No.
I was close, but... Not on it.
You're starting that whiskey brand, are you? That's the key. You got to have like an underwear line, and you got to have a liquor line, or maybe some makeup.
Isachi.
There you go.
So that'll be in the club 6 to 7 this hour. The breakout star at the World Baseball Classic with ties to Oregon.
You have to have ties to Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, we wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah. What's the point?
But right now, some headlines. There's a lot of stuff going on. Oregon State did hire their new men's basketball coach. And we are of the opinion that this guy lobbied for the job.
Yes.
Because he's an assistant at Michigan. His name is Justin Joyner. Not that he's not qualified.
Yeah.
But his wife is the soccer coach at Oregon.
which is a little problematic considering that they have a kid and he lives in Ann Arbor. And
so I'm guessing he called Scott Barnes the second Wayne Tinkle was fired.
Sure.
He's like, hey.
Well, he's 38 years old.
I'll fax you my resume.
Was a Randy Bennett guy. Played UC Santa Barbara, so West Coast ties. And he was one of the names, as soon as Tinkle got fired, he was a name that popped up on the radar. Don't know much about him, but he is an assistant coach with one of the best teams in the country right now, and that is Michigan. So
yeah.
And they say that, of course, they always do this with young, energetic coaches. They say a dogged recruiter. So
okay.
Anytime someone gets hired and he's a young guy, they're like, a lot of energy, great recruiter.
And he's reportedly going to stay with Michigan throughout the season, finish it out there, and then head to Corvallis.
Yeah.
What is the threshold for ties to a coast?
That's a good question. As long as you have you've had a job that's in that region, we're gonna say you got West Coast ties.
So he definitely has West Coast ties because he coached at St. Mary's.
Yes.
Under Randy Bennett.
Yes.
However, if he had not coached at St. Mary's and just played at Santa Barbara, is that West Coast ties?
I don't think so. I think you kind of have to have coached.
Yeah, because then you're in with maybe some high school coaches.
Yeah.
And
unless you you could say that he played. Like, where is he from though? Because if you're from the West Coast and you played in the West Coast, then I think we might give you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, if he's from the West Coast, wouldn't they just say that instead of like West Coast ties? West Coast ties insinuates that he found his way out there.
Yeah. I don't know. Do we have a bio?
He played at De La Salle High School.
So he's from California.
Yeah, so he's a West Coast guy.
Yeah, so instead of saying West Coast
just
ties,
say he's a West Coast
he's
guy.
a West Coast guy.
Yeah, he's from Concord, California.
You're confusing us. And we're not that smart.
No. Dumb it down for us. Well, he's your next coach. I don't know when they're going to have the press conference, but there you go. Kind of feels like kind of the same. It's the same Jamarcus Shepard model, right? Big time assistant, major program, young, and great recruiter, energetic guy, ball of energy, wants to be here. Like I think that's just when you're a power, I guess not a Power 4 school, that just is going to be the MO.
What if he's not a ball of energy? What if he's like
very,
Willie Taggart?
He's like, they said they said the same thing about Willie Taggart, and then we watched the press conference, and I was like, dude, that's the lamest guy in the world. But I guess behind closed doors, he was a great recruiter.
Yeah, he played video games with the kids.
I guess, though, that I would think if you're an Oregon State fan, the fear is always that someone's going to leave you. And the wife being in Eugene, I think that helps a little bit. Maybe you get a couple more years out of him if he's successful.
What if he's bad?
Well,
then it's a bad thing that his wife coaches.
Now, is she good? I mean, I don't know much about the women's soccer team at Oregon, but she's the head coach there. Is she?
I'll take a look. How do you even host a radio show?
Yeah.
And you don't know about Oregon's.
Well, I've been asked that a lot,
team?
and the answer is I don't really know how I host a radio show, but here we are.
I am currently looking up. It has a varied history with recent years of competitive non-conference play, but struggles against the top opponents.
Okay, so she's hanging in there.
Yeah, hanging around. Try to find a year by year.
The Ravens got Trey Hendrickson. Other free agency moves, Kevin Byard, the safety from the Bears, goes to the Patriots.
Yeah, and he's an older guy, not an expensive guy, but he's not what he was, but he's a pro.
He played in Tennessee with Vrabel.
Yes.
So he gets 1 year, $9 million. Led the NFL in INTs last year.
New England is...
Jets could have used him.
All New England is doing at this point, they did the same thing last year, is they're just kind of finding plug-and-play vets. And it worked last year.
Former Dolphins linebacker Bradley Chubb has landed in Buffalo on a 3-year, $44 million deal.
Yeah, and he's another guy that, when healthy, is a difference maker, but he's getting longer in the tooth, and he's not healthy. But if you're Buffalo, the Bosa thing didn't work out. You know, the Von Miller. This is one of those that they just need pass rush help, but they don't have the money to go out and be in the Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby sweepstakes.
Daniel Jones and the Colts did come to terms on a 2-year deal. He'll get $88 million, $50 million guaranteed.
If you ever wanted to see a team back themselves into a corner, I give you the Indianapolis Colts. This is I mean, I understand why you have to do it, but
is this the new owners, like the Irsay girls?
Yeah. Well, they were having success last year, and they went all in, right? And they gave up the 2-1s. They go get Sauce Gardner, and they're like, we're all in on Daniel Jones. Problem is, Daniel Jones wasn't, like, he was trending in the wrong direction. I don't know if you remember before he tore his Achilles. Daniel Jones, the real Daniel Jones was starting to emerge, and it wasn't looking great. And then he tears his Achilles, and you're like, F, because you've already kind of shoved your chips into the middle. Where, if it's not Daniel Jones, where do you go? And so they ended up giving him what, $44 million a year?
Yeah, he gets 88, 50 guaranteed, but yeah. So they're saying he got a little bit more than he would have gotten if he had played 2 years on the
tag,
that they gave him.
So I mean,
so he did get more by not signing right away.
Yeah,
and making them tag him.
So it's just the idea that your wagon is now tied to him coming off an Achilles tear. And by the way, we have some recent history of better quarterbacks than him coming off Achilles tears that aren't very good. So it's just this idea that Daniel Jones is going to be the savior for you. This is going to age like bread, not wine, on this Daniel Jones thing. But they back themselves in a corner where they don't have another choice.
One other move, John Lynch said that he was going to bolster his pass rush, and he is doing that. He traded a third-round pick, so the Cowboys pick up the number 92 overall pick in this upcoming draft, and they send Osa Odigizua to San Francisco.
Yeah, and again, they just don't move. They just don't have the cash to compete in the big pass rushing move, but get a guy that can come in and hopefully be a spot guy for you.
3-0 Italy.
Well, all right.
So if they get 2 more,
it's
over.
One more, it's over.
They just need one more.
Oh
run.
yeah, because exactly.
Italy scores one more run, and they have 2 on and 1 out.
1 out.
So they just get one of these across, and the U.S. is guaranteed to be through.
Do you think that Mark DeRosa has clinched butt cheeks right now?
Yeah, I think so, a little bit.
A little suicide squeeze?
It worked.
Look at the Italians.
Oh, he dropped the ball. I was like, wait, he beat him. But he dropped the ball.
I kind of like this little Italy team.
You mean the U.S. B squad?
Yeah. Well,
all their players are from the United States.
Got a couple of my Royals on the team.
They got Royals on the team. That's
all. That's
Caglione, Pasqualone. I mean, come on.
Hey,
or Pasquantino.
Hey.
How you doing? Wait, why did I do that? That's not Italian. I guess it kind of is.
Someone asked, too, about, Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is going to be – he's in Minnesota right now getting his physical. So, Kyler Murray –
he's going to be with the Vikings.
Kyler Murray will be with the Vikings. And that's just going to be the best – the best move in free agency will be that. Whatever you think of Kyler Murray, they're getting him at $1.3 million. And he's going to not arguably, one of the 3 best quarterback whisperers in the NFL with a team that's ready to win. That will be the move.
I like that move.
It's fantastic
for Minnesota.
Meanwhile, I want you to realize that.
There it is.
Oh,
no. Sorry. False alarm.
I just want you to realize that the Colts are paying $44 million for Daniel Jones, and the Vikings are paying $1.3 million for Kyler Murray.
Well, the Cardinals paid Kyler Murray $40 million.
Yes.
$45 million, actually.
Yes.
So, franchise is going to bad franchise.
Yeah. Honestly, I think, and this is going to sound really bad, but I would rather have Geno Smith at $18 million than I would Daniel Jones at $44 million. Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles tear. And by the way, he tore that in week 13, 14.
Can I just take Gardner Minshew at 8?
Yeah, you could do that.
I'll just take that. Look, if you're going to go bad, just go bad. Okay?
Just
Geno.
This idea that Daniel Jones is going to be ready. And by the way, Daniel Jones' best asset is his legs. And now we're moving around. Remember, and I know it's 2 different players, but remember when Kirk Cousins came back from the Achilles and he couldn't throw to one side of the field and he couldn't take drops? And now we're
Aaron Rodgers as well.
Yeah, and now we're just like,
Rodgers.
Now we're like, Daniel Jones, the Achilles tear, week 13, he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be a gazelle out there.
By the way, Cousins got cut today, so
yeah, he's out there.
All right, coming up next, we're going to check in on March Madness on The Fan.
a.m.
I love cows.
I have something to report to you as your noted newsman. Okay? Are you guys listening closely?
I am.
This is breaking news.
The U.S. is in the quarterfinals
USA.
of the World
USA.
Baseball Classic.
Yes. Italy has scored.
Yeah.
I think, what, they got 5, right? Didn't they get 2 across? So it is 5-0 Italy,
Yeah.
which means Mexico cannot win this game with 4 runs or less. So regardless of the outcome, no matter what happens, the U.S. is in. So DeRosa is off the hook.
And so is McClain.
You mean the 100th best baseball player in the world?
Until he pitches again.
That Nolan McClain?
Gas
Who
can.
will now become the World Baseball Classic hero?
Well, you better do something good.
And at that point, you will admit his greatness, you
absolutely.
son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, if he helps us win the World Baseball Classic, I'll give him all his props, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But something tells me he's going to blow up like he did against Italy.
When he's scheduled to start, how much do you think DeRosa's going to Tarek Skubal? Like, hey, do you wanna come back here?
No,
guy?
Skubal's done.
I thought he was talking about...
He said he didn't feel good about it, but he left.
He left.
He did?
Yeah, he's back in spring training. He said he didn't
what a
love
little
it, but he
bitch.
talked to everybody, and he was like,
We got all Nolan on the mound here. Tarek, how about you
Bye, bitch.
come back?
By the way, 3 runs is not getting blown up.
I'll tell you what.
Gave up 2 home runs. Eat it.
Could have been the difference in the whole thing.
It wasn't.
On a Mets scale, yeah, that's good. But, we're talking USA.
Yeah, we're actually real baseball fans. Okay. Little college hoops for you. Bobby Hurley got turfed today officially.
Dude, they lost by 49 today in the in the Big 12 tournament.
They did. They said it's the
Wow.
largest loss in the history of the Big 12 tournament.
Jeez.
Iowa State beat them.
Yeah.
Does that cancel out the Kansas win to go out on a high note?
I feel like it does.
Now you're going on a low note.
No, nothing takes away beating Kansas on your
Oh,
home floor.
I think losing
Look,
by 49 in your last
here's the
game,
thing.
Setting a record.
cross cancel.
The Kansas game, that was a great moment for them to sort of care about storming the
And,
court.
yeah, they thought about it.
But Bobby Hurley wasn't going to survive anyway. And to just go out in a blaze of glory like this, it's like, okay, it's nail in the coffin. But
49?
Yeah, that was bad. But they did win
college,
yesterday.
I want you to realize they lost by 49. They only scored 42. Like, that's how bad. When's the last time someone lost by more points than they scored? And it really wasn't close. It's 7.
Look,
That's that bad.
The other thing that they did, too, was they won a game in the tournament for Coach Bobby. I forget who they beat, but they beat Baylor yesterday. And so they kind of blew their wad.
Yeah. Do you know what they shot from the 3-point line, by the way?
Was it better than the Ducks?
Guess a percentage.
6.
0.
5.
Ooh.
They went 1 of 19 for a robust
tough night.
5%. Now, they did
tough
shoot
night.
92% from the free throw line, so you could give them that.
Well, look, it's Iowa State's tough. Tough little
91 to 42.
Tough little club. Syracuse is struggling in the post-Jim Boeheim era. They have fired their coach, Adrian Autry.
He gone.
He's out. And, the other thing, too, we should point out before we move on, Idaho is Idaho is playing Montana in the Big Sky Championship game tonight.
Yeah.
Portland State got their ass kicked by Montana for, I think, the 3rd time this year.
Well, they didn't get their ass kicked. They lost by...
It was like 20.
They were down 20. They had a chance to tie it.
Yeah, they came back. Like they
I
ended
didn't
up.
see that.
Yeah, they only lost by I want to say like 3 points.
Yeah, they had a 3-point shot with like 5 seconds and missed it.
Yeah, they came roaring back.
Well, that changes everything.
No, I'm just.
They still
look.
lost.
They lost. They're not going to the tournament, which again I've stated I hate that, but they didn't.
I didn't know they came back. I saw the score and they were getting their ass kicked.
No.
So Idaho is playing Montana, and the winner is going to the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 7 seed versus the 4 seed in the Big Sky. Neither team is any good. But
does it really matter?
Idaho, it does matter. It matters for the Vandal fans and the Grizz fans. It absolutely matters.
Has Idaho ever been to the tournament?
I knew you were going to ask that. Idaho has. Do you know that they have been playing basketball since 1905?
No, I did not know that.
There's a fun fact. The other fun fact is, since 1905, they have been to the NCAA tournament exactly 4 times. The latest being under Don Monson. You remember Don Monson?
I do remember Don Monson.
He was the father of Gonzaga coach Dan Monson.
I didn't know that he coached at Idaho.
He did, and I think maybe Dan coached at Idaho too, but I'm not sure. Anyway, they haven't been since Don Monson, and so they could punch their ticket tonight. And so, yeah, there's a little hot Big Sky basketball talk.
I do want to note also, USA's officially not in yet because the game could go to extra innings, and then it gets really complicated with the run situation, but more than likely, as long as the game finishes in 9 innings.
If it goes to extra innings, stuff?
Yes.
Why?
Stuff can get crazy, yeah. I don't know.
Oh, because it's runs scored per out.
Per out.
Per out. So if Mexico goes and gets to extra innings, wins 6-5, maybe in like 14 innings, or whatever, Mexico might advance. But as long as this ends in 9 innings, USA is in. But we
oh no,
you shot your shot a little early there, guys.
Damn it. We did. We jinxed them too. You know this is going extras now, don't you?
It's going like 19 innings. Mexico
Someone
wins
out there has to
6-5.
have the breakdown. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's runs per inning.
What a dumb way to do it.
That's not happening. For God's sake.
It's runs per out.
Yeah, runs per out. It's not happening. By the way, we mentioned the other the Joyner, the new what's his first name? Justin Joyner.
He's the new Oregon State basketball coach.
And he's married to the Oregon women's coach.
Oregon women's soccer coach. You're doing great.
I looked up Oregon's women's soccer. They're last in the Big Ten. Yeah.
Rough year.
Yeah.
How long has she been there? How long has she?
I don't know. I looked up the results.
Are you calling for her ouster?
No, I'm just saying.
As her husband arrives into the Northwest?
In conference play, 1-6-4. It's not great.
I think he wants that house in Monroe to himself.
It's a nice house.
She was named.
They're 3-10-5 overall.
She was named head women's soccer coach in December of 2024.
So she got, we're building towards something. Well, you just asked.
Look, she took over a mess.
You asked if she was any good, and I wanted to get a definitive answer. Is she any good? And the answer right now,
we don't know.
We don't know.
The jury's out. She built UC Davis into a Big West power.
Okay, so we have budding superstars in Oregon women's soccer and Oregon State men's basketball.
And her maiden name was Ham.
And they'll live forever in that beautiful home in Monroe that I've already picked out for.
Mia Ham?
Tracy Ham is her name. Or was her name. It's now Tracy Joyner. All right. But the classic, and I'm sure you know some people that that have the duck and beaver household, like where one is a duck and one is a beaver.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
Yeah, I would assume
they will have that.
Yeah, there's a fun little rivalry there. Talk a little S, although they don't play the Civil War anymore, so.
All right, the NFL is gobbling up Thanksgiving week. We'll get to that next. Here is Steven with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Oregon State. They're hiring Michigan assistant coach Justin Joyner to be their next head men's basketball coach. Joyner has been on the Michigan staff for the past 2 seasons. Before that, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 years. 38-year-old played basketball at UC Santa Barbara. Syracuse, they are going the opposite way. They are firing their head basketball coach, Adrian Autry, after 3 seasons. Miami Heat big man Bam Adebayo, he had a huge night last night in the NBA. He scored 83 points in a 150-129 win over the Wizards. Adebayo now holds the record for the second most points in a single game, and in that process set the NBA record for most free throws made and attempted. He made 36 free throws. He shot 43 free throws last night. After pivoting away from Max Crosby, the Ravens, they are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson to a 4-year, $112 million deal, while the Indianapolis Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones, they have reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million deal that can reach up to $100 million in incentives. Jones, of course, coming off of a torn Achilles, is expected to be ready for the start of the season, and some sources are saying he should be ready for the start of training camp. And after losing to Italy yesterday, the United States needed some help to get to the quarterfinals of the World Baseball Classic, and it looks like they may actually get it. If Italy wins, USA is in, and Italy is up 5-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Things can get convoluted, but it looks like America should be advancing to the quarterfinals of the WBC. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
I was just scrolling through in the World Baseball Classic stuff. Apparently, before this game, they tried talking to Rosarina about the Cal Raleigh thing, and Bob Nightingale said that in like the pool reporters, he was pissed and said through an interpreter, basically bleep off and walked off. So, just if you're a Mariner fan, apparently that beef is still. Randy has not let that go.
Let's check in on Schulte.
I'm fine.
That big fat.
Well, way to go, Raleigh. Way to screw up your whole team.
I just thought that was
in
interesting.
one moment.
That, here we are a couple days later, and to be fair, maybe he just didn't want to deal with it going before the game, but it's according to Bob Nightingale, it sounds like Randy hasn't let that thing go yet.
So the NFL continues to take over. They are now wanting to play Wednesday games, which I have been calling for years.
Well, this is like not just Wednesday games, just the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
No, they're going to move the NFL to Wednesdays.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yes, but it is the start of a regular Wednesday game. And what's far behind? A Tuesday game?
Well, that's going to be impossible. I mean,
that's what they said about Wednesdays.
They'll not. I did not see. There's all I saw was that they were talking about having the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I did not see anything about a regular Wednesday game.
Oh, no. I'm not saying there. All I'm saying is they just continue. I mean, it used to be it's like only Sunday.
Sure.
Monday night.
Yeah.
And then we'll take over Saturday when college ends.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's pretty much everything they can.
Yeah.
Short of messing up travel schedules. Like they can't really play Tuesday and Wednesday, but they play every other night.
Yeah. But Wednesday, the Wednesday one, I mean, if you were going to do this around Thanksgiving, it would have to be in conjunction with extra time off. That Thursday football already, especially in November, is almost like that's borderline dangerous. Like you can't recover in time. So,
well, Thursday games are crap.
Yeah, they just don't. Early on in the season, you can get away with it because guys aren't that beat up. But you get to the second half of the season, and Thursday games are just atrocious.
But why couldn't you have it so that those teams come off a bye?
That's the only way that you could do it. But then late in the year like that, again, it gets real complicated. So
what's happened is the NFL is now going to play this year. They're going to play a Thanksgiving Eve game.
Yeah.
So that would mean, and they may add another Black Friday game as well. They don't know yet, but last year was just one Black Friday game. This year they're talking about maybe two. So you would have Sunday, November 22nd, you would have your regular Sunday slate of games. Mm-hmm. Monday, you would have Monday Night Football. Tuesday, nothing. Wednesday, the 25th, you would have a game. The 26th, Thanksgiving, you would have 3 games. Black Friday, you would have 1 or 2 games. No games on that Saturday, but then regular Sunday slate on that Sunday, and then Monday, another game. Meaning you would have NFL football on 7 of 9 nights.
Yeah, there's some people that are saying, is the NFL screwing with the scarcity effect in that, that one of the reasons the NFL works is there's limited games and you only have to pay attention so many times during the week. But I've yet to see anyone that has an appetite for less NFL. But the scheduling of it, you can't have games on a Wednesday on any sort of regular basis. You can't.
This would be the 4th Wednesday game in NFL history.
Yeah.
The first one was in 2012, where the Giants and Cowboys was moved to Wednesday. It was the Thursday night opener in Week 1, and they moved it to Wednesday to avoid a conflict with Barack Obama's speech at the Democratic National Convention.
Huh?
How about that?
I can't say I knew that.
I don't remember that either.
No.
The second one was in 2020. A Steelers-Ravens game got postponed multiple times due to COVID and ended up playing on a Wednesday. I remember that one. And then 2024, the NFL scheduled a Christmas doubleheader that was played on a Wednesday. That featured the Ravens-Texans and the Chiefs-Steelers.
Yeah, there is the one thing that can stop it is, one, the NFLPA has to sign off on everything, and just it's like going to 17, 18 games. Like there's only so much the human body can take. And we've seen every year the NFL becomes a war of attrition. And at some point, some common sense has to come in. You can't keep adding games and asking us to play on short rest like that and not expect people to, no one wants to see Jarrett Stidham in the title game. and you keep having this more and more, that's what you're going to get.
So according to CBS Sports, besides the Thanksgiving Eve game, it is starting to look like there is going to be another Wednesday game next year as well. And that will be in week 1 when your Seahawks will likely be hosting a game either on Wednesday or Thursday of the opening week.
See, and that's easy because then you have an entire
and then the Rams-Niners game, which is in Australia, would fall on the other day.
Yeah. So that you could easily do because obviously there's no game before, so you get an extra week. That wouldn't be a big deal. Someone pointed out 18 games and 2 bye weeks. I'm not certain it goes to 18. There'll be a lot of pushback on that. If they do to go to 18 and you did have 2 byes, you would have to schedule every Wednesday game would have to be scheduled around a bye. And I'm not certain how you would have to do it in limited number of weeks. Like you would have to stack those Wednesday games at the end of the year with those byes. I don't know the appetite from the players or if that makes any sense for the NFL. The Thursday game does big, but how many games can you move around? And I'll be interested to see where that goes.
Something tells me we're going to find out
Yeah.
how many games they can move around because they're not messing around.
No.
All right, coming up next.
Well, and that's where the international stuff comes in too. Again, it's just a bigger revenue pot.
The story of the electrician who struck out Shohei Ohtani on the Fan.
It's time for a
So, last little World Baseball Classic thing here. I heard, I was listening to a promo of Dirt and Sprague that airs during our show. Apparently they were talking about it. Did you see the electrician guy who struck out Shohei?
Yeah. Yeah, for Czechia, right?
Yeah. He is Czech. His name is Andrej Satoria.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a pitcher for the Czech team. They've since been eliminated from the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, that's the Czech Republic, if you're wondering. Like, they started there recently going by Czechia as like the United States calling themselves like America. But
yeah, they didn't even call us and ask us.
No, it is the Czech Republic, but now we got to say Czechia, which I find.
I don't like it.
Nah, it's very weird. It's a little strange.
Well, we are a republic.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they're the Czech Republic, but
we
would
drop the republic.
They would like you to be called. Or they would like you to call them Czechia.
Okay, I can do it.
Yeah.
It'll take me a while, but stumble over it a few times and I'll get there. Anyway, he's an electrician.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of, like most of these teams are just made up of Major League Baseball players.
And his fastball tops out at 80. He has a changeup he calls the worker. Yeah. And 3 years ago, he became famous. You may remember it because in the Tokyo Dome against Japan, he struck out Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
And he said when he threw the pitch, he's like, oh, no. He did the, no. This is a terrible pitch. And he struck him out on it. And he came back to play Japan this year with the Czech team. And they were just playing in the Tokyo Dome. And that dude, because they were being eliminated, shockingly.
Yeah.
That dude pitched 4 2/3 scoreless innings against Japan.
Yeah.
And the Japanese fans gave him a standing ovation when he left.
They ended up losing 9-0, but it wasn't because of him. The Japan didn't break it open until late. That guy is a national treasure.
Well, he is in his own country, but the Japanese love him. Seriously, I'm not saying the Czechs gave him a standing ovation. I'm telling you the Japanese
because they were
gave
playing
him
in Japan.
He shut out the Japanese team, and they gave him a standing. They loved him.
Well, if we were watching a game here in the United States, if we were up at T-Mobile, and some dude from the Czech Republic who was a plumber was up there throwing Jamie Moyer's salad at 78, wouldn't you? And he walked off the mound after 4 scoreless innings. Wouldn't you give him a standing O? I would.
I tell you what.
I think that'd be awesome.
He kind of looks like Jamie Moyer in a fake beard.
He did have it. He's a little fella, but he had a kick-ass beard.
Have we checked that? Is that Jamie Moyer?
Jamie Moyer's like 58 out there. Yeah, I heard Dirt and Sprague were talking about it because they were talking about how hard they threw, and then they brought up like how hard could you throw because we did the hops thing, and I didn't you throw in the high 70s when we did. We went to the hops and we had like a fan night and they let people throw like a speed pitch and you
I don't remember.
You were the top one.
I had already lost my 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
I thought you threw like in the mid 70s.
I don't remember. I don't.
Everyone was trying to remember what it was.
That's nothing to brag about.
Well, I mean, it's better than the rest of us. I can't even throw. My shoulder would blow out. Like, Suk, you want to throw? I'm like, I'm pretty sure my shoulder will fall off. Hey, for an old lefty, you were throwing mid-70s. You could be our Jamie Moyer.
A changeup called the worker.
That's right.
Grow my beard out, strike out Shohei.
Playing old man Baron baseball back in the day.
Bow to the Japanese fans as I walk off the field as they give me a standing. I mean, how cool would it be to be that guy? Just amazing. For that moment. Yeah. And he said that nobody recognizes him in his home country. But in Japan, he's like a celebrity. Yeah. He walks around and people want his autograph.
The closest thing we ever come to that in real sports is sometimes in the NHL, a goalie will get hurt and they don't have time to go get one from the AHL, like a team's affiliate. So it happens once in a while where they will go to a local club team, like someone that is an electrician or a plumber that plays down at the local Lloyd Center ice rink, and they will ask him, dude, I need you to come be our emergency goalie. And he gets to go for one night until like a one-day contract, and he goes and he gets to be an NHL goalie. And every now and then that guy has found himself going in. That's the only thing we have close to this in the United States. And think about when you were playing old man Baron baseball, which is 15 years ago? Something like that. You're probably in your 30s.
It was a while ago.
Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine that you get a call and they're like, dude, we need someone to pitch tonight. And you're on a 2-hour notice, you leave the fan, and next thing you know, you're at T-Mobile Park and you're throwing to Shohei.
Yeah, I'd be probably a little fear pea.
And you strike him out?
Yeah, with my salad.
Yeah. Is there something too, like, you're not used to?
Yes.
The no one's used to seeing that crap.
He's not. His timing is way off.
Yeah.
Way off. And by the way, this guy has a full Star Wars. He has a full sleeve, arm sleeve of Star Wars tats.
Yeah.
He says that he has dedicated one of his arms to the life of Anakin Skywalker.
Well, I mean, that's
what an animal.
Hey, if you're gonna have a sleeve tattoo, at least have a theme, right? Have a theme.
Oh, really? Is that the thing? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a tattoo guy, but if I have a sleeve, they all have to.
No, but I'm not the tattoo guardian. I'm just often amazed at the randomness of people's tattoos. And you know how people know that it's dumb? They get very pissy if you ask them. Because I'll have that. Like, if I see someone with a bunch of tattoos, I'll often ask, like, you're sitting at a bar or whatever. I'm like, oh, what's the significance of this?
There you go, at a bar again.
I know.
Alcoholic.
And I've had people get very like, it doesn't mean anything. It's just random stuff. Whereas this guy,
that means they don't like it.
That means they don't like it. This guy,
well, just because it's themed doesn't mean you have to like it.
Well, but at least this guy like clearly, if you have an entire sleeve dedicated to Star Wars, I don't have to ask. You love Star Wars. I know a guy that I drink with occasionally. He's got a Batman sleeve.
Drinking again.
Well, damn it.
They're devout alcoholics.
Crap. Yeah, he's got Batman sleeve.
That big fat.
All right, we got to go. Coming up next, Club. I've got the new list. This is hot off the presses. The new list of celebrity billionaires.
Yeah.
And sportsmen.
It's not me.
Or sportswomen. There are 21 of them.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's like people are getting rich in a stunning turn of events.
Yeah.
People are. A lot of people are stockpiling money.
We're not.
And you are not, and I am not. No. And Steven is maybe with his bets, but
not the last couple days.
He's saving money with that $4 Louisville shirt he got at Ross.
Tell you what, Scoot Henderson hit a half-court shot at the buzzer last night to cover the 3.5. It was nice.
Oh, I saw that they covered. There was a half quarter.
Literally at the buzzer in the fourth quarter, Scoot hit a half-court shot.
Isn't gambling fun?
Well,
or not?
It giveth and it taketh.
How many of the 21 celebrity billionaires can you name? Next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Oregon State. They have found their new head men's basketball coach. It'll be Michigan assistant coach Justin Joyner. Joyner has been on the Michigan staff for the past 2 seasons under Dusty May, and before that, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 years under Randy Bennett. The 30-year-old did play at UC Santa Barbara, so he does have West Coast ties as he is from Concord, California. Syracuse, they are firing their head basketball coach. They are going to fire Adrian Autry after 3 seasons. Miami Heat big man Bam Adebayo made history last night, scoring 83 points in a 150-129 win over the Wizards. Adebayo now second all-time in most points in a single game, and in the process of that game, he set the NBA record for most free throws made and attempted in a single game, going 36-43 from the free throw line. NFL, they are looking into scheduling a game on Thanksgiving Eve. Beginning with this season, last year there was only there was at least one football game between the NFL and college for 49 straight days, but that streak ended because there's no games on Thanksgiving Eve. Well, the NFL is looking to solve that problem. And after pivoting away from Max Crosby, the Ravens are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson, 4 years, $112 million. While the Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones, they reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million contract that could be worth up to $100 million. Jones is recovering from a torn Achilles, though, is expected to be ready for the start of the regular season. And after losing to Italy last night, Team USA needed some help to get into the quarterfinals, and they are getting that help. They needed Italy to get a win over Mexico today, and it is the top of the 7th. Italy up 6-0. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. If insurance companies acting like jerks, don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Situation. He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
Lace him up, you little bitch. Let's go.
Stupid bitch.
He's a grade A bitch. I'm going to show you my boots.
You need to get the cob out of your ass.
Okay, hey, it's me, Petey the Peppy Penis.
It's time for the club, baby.
Hey, it's
on 105.1 and 1080. The Fan.
You literally just blow the hell out of these hogs.
You want to go blow some ducks?
All right.
I can squirt or suck, yes.
Unfortunate drop time.
It is unfortunate.
Here on the Fan.
I ate ass. Oh, for God's sakes. Really? Clean it up over there. I only have amateur blowing needs. This show.
Freaking Steven.
It's despicable. And I can squirt from a distance.
Yeah.
It's defending people left and right.
Then the bonus rewards program kicks in.
I told you, you dumb bitch! Somewhere out there, someone's just shaking their head, thinking like some Bavarian milkers.
So I dropped you off at the Keller last night?
Yeah.
Did you see me? You didn't see this because you were getting out of the car.
Yeah. So no, I did not. I did not have eyes in the back of my head.
So I was flipping off the BTJ.
Yeah.
And your buddy.
Yeah.
And there was another woman, moments like a couple feet over,
who thought you were giving her the bird.
She did not like that. And then it was all okay because the BTJ came up and offered me a French fry.
And then you felt better. And then
I
they
love
realized,
that.
and you realized that maybe there was the person realized that the middle finger wasn't for them. It was more of a.
She
friendly.
knew it wasn't for them because she was standing close to the BTJ, but
Yeah.
she still didn't like it. She thought it was inappropriate. She's a highfalutin Keller Auditorium playgoer or musical goer.
I was wearing a sweatshirt. To be quite fair, I forgot that we were going to a show last night, so I was very underdressed. Normally for that, I try to dress like somewhat.
I bet this lady was looking you up and down.
So, I just was wearing like some like golf pants and a sweatshirt. I was even wearing a hat. And my favorite sweatshirt, it's a surf company out of California, and on the back of it, like up in one shoulder, it says, just up in the corner, it says, "Be a good effing human." But it actually says, doesn't say effing, it says it. It says, "Be a good blanking human." And
oh dear,
I forgot that I was wearing it, and so I was in the can, the line, because those lines can be quite bad, and an old man was pawing at my back, and I didn't know what was going on. It felt very weird, and I turned around, and he was, he had to be in his 70s or 80s. He was an old peanut looking dude,
Right in the butt.
and I wasn't sure what was going on. I didn't know if he was falling over or if he was whatever. And then I was like, so I kind of turned around. I was like, we're good. And I turned back around, and then I felt his hand again.
Get off my foot.
And this one was kind of grabbing at it. And that's when I realized, oh, yeah, that. And I was waiting for the disappointed. He loved it. He loved it? Yeah, the old man was like.
It was a hit?
It was a huge hit. And the old man was like, yes. He goes, it shouldn't be that hard.
Right.
And then, two old ladies that were sitting behind me, they also, normally that sweatshirt is, it can get a mixed reaction. But you would think that maybe the old musical crowd wouldn't be thrilled about it. 3 compliments from people average age 74.
Amazing.
So I felt pretty good. And then the old lady gave me a free cocktail.
Nice.
She had got one, and I guess they accidentally made her 2. And so they gave one to her for free, and she was already drunk after one. And so she liked my sweatshirt and said that she thought that I could handle it better than her. So I got some sort of wine. It was like a frosé sort of thing.
Ew.
Yeah, it was like a wine slushy.
Gross.
And it wasn't very good, but I felt bad because I wasn't drinking it. And then at the intermission, she kind of called me out, so then I just drank it.
Okay.
I felt bad that she was sweet enough to appreciate the vulgar sweatshirt and give me a cocktail. I kind of had to drink it.
Did you just wink at me? So I've got the list of celebrity billionaires. Now, this list, to be on this list, you have to have been famous before you got rich.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just be famous for being rich.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like Mark Cuban or something.
Or like Donald Trump.
Yeah. They're just rich and you got richer.
Yeah. So that's the line of demarcation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we now have 22 celebrity billionaires worth a collective $48 billion. How many do you think you can guess? I mean, you know them all.
I know them all.
Well, there's maybe one or two you don't know.
So this is not. Did you say sport or celebrity?
Both.
I bet you I
Famous.
can get 8 to 10.
Oh, you'll get more than that.
Will I?
Yeah, I think you will.
Okay. And it doesn't matter that it's not that they're just worth $1 billion.
Well, there are 5 new ads this year.
Okay.
They do this list every year.
Okay.
There are 5 new ones.
So.
And there's a new number 1, by the way.
Well, like LeBron's a billionaire, I hear.
He's on the list. He is number 14, worth $1.4 billion.
Okay, so LeBron, Rihanna, I think, is now a billionaire.
Yep, she made it. She is one of the new ones. She's number 20. She is worth $1 billion.
Yeah, I think I saw something recently about her. I don't know which one, but I think one of the Jenners is a billionaire now with her product lines. I don't. Is it Kylie and what's the other one? Kendall? I think one of them is a billionaire. No?
I'm looking. You just sit tight. No, not on the list.
Jay-Z or Beyonce, or are they together?
Okay.
I think they're a billionaire.
They are a billionaire.
Well, I know they are, but I think they might. I think he is a billionaire on his own. And then
Beyonce is on the list at number 21.
Okay.
But he is not.
Oh, I thought he had more than her, but either way, together they are. So Beyonce's a billionaire. McCartney's a billionaire.
Now, Paul McCartney's not on this list.
I wonder if the divorce chopped him.
Yeah, maybe so.
Because at one point I thought he was a billionaire.
There are some interesting names on this list. Now, there's Jay-Z. Yeah, he's way up there at number 6. You're right.
I was going to say, I thought he was...
2.8 billion.
Yeah, I thought he was a whole other thing than her. Is Diddy a billionaire?
No.
What about, I don't know if this counts, but because Vince McMahon?
Yeah, he's number 4.
Because Vince is loaded.
3.6 billion. Did you see he got a Dewey the other day? Or maybe it was
He did not. He didn't get it.
No, he hit the car in front of him.
Yeah, they didn't. You haven't seen the controversy behind that?
No, but I saw the video. I saw the video of the cop.
They let him go.
Dude, his face.
And they apologized.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But did you see his face?
It's bad.
What is going on with that man?
Well, plastic surgery. But if you haven't seen the video, people are really pissed. So I guess he donates a lot of money to cops and stuff in that area. I forget what the town he lives in. But he was clearly housed or on pills. He did not have his faculties about him. The cop pulls up behind him, turns on the lights, and Vince McMahon drops the pedal, goes 120 miles an hour running from the cop.
Didn't he hit a car?
Hits a car, smashes her. He goes spinning out. The cop calmly walks up to him and says, "Oh, Mr. McMahon, are you okay?" Clearly knows who he is. Says, "Did you not see me behind you?" And Vince is like, "No." Clearly inebriated, and nothing happens. They call out the sergeant. They give him a ride home. No, nothing. No field sobriety test. No breathalyzer. No nothing. He just they gave him a ride back because he said he was late for a kid's birthday party.
Not surprising.
Helps when you have $3 billion.
All right, the world's celebrity billionaires, a new number 1, next on The Fan.
Dirt and Spread.
Okay, we're going through the list of celebrity billionaires, sports included. There's only a few sportsmen.
Well, I think it's a lot harder. And most of the people that become billionaires that are sports guys, they start companies.
So there are 22 celebrity billionaires, according to Forbes. You named Beyonce, Rihanna, LeBron, Jay-Z, and Vince McMahon. You got those 5 right. There are a couple guys on here that you won't get. Like Dick Wolf is on here.
That makes sense. He's the guy that does all the Law and Order stuff.
Yeah. He did Law and Order, Chicago, and FBI franchises, and the guy's worth $1.5 billion.
I wouldn't have gotten Dick Wolf, but that makes sense. Jordan's a billionaire.
Jordan's number 3. He is worth
he sold the
$4.3 billion.
Yeah, when he sold the Hornets, he made an ass ton. What about the Harry Potter gal?
She's not on here.
She's not on here?
That's, I forget her name.
Rowling? J.K., right? Rowling?
Yeah, J.K. Rowling.
She's not a billionaire?
She's not. Well, she's not on this list. There is there's a Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson is number 9. He's worth almost $2 billion.
Oh, well, if Jackson's on there, George Lucas.
He's number 2.
Yeah.
George Lucas worth $5.2 billion.
Yeah.
But he has surpassed, he used to be the world's richest celebrity.
Yeah.
He is now number 2.
He's 2?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be Musk.
Another old white man has passed him.
What genre?
Same.
Film?
Yeah.
So it's not Jackson. It's not. Who would be? It wouldn't be. Is he? Well, I guess he was a director. Would Spielberg?
Steven Spielberg.
Spielberg's worth more than George Lucas?
Steven Spielberg is now worth $7.1 billion.
Would have never guessed that, but I'm guessing because I don't know how many of those properties he owns, but I'm guessing he has a production company that produces all that stuff. So he probably gets a cut of all that.
He still gets a slice of every ticket sold at Universal theme parks, thanks to his blockbuster hits like Jaws, Jurassic Park, and Indiana Jones.
I was going to say, I wouldn't think that he would have more than Lucas, because Lucas sold, I want to say George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney for like
It was $4 billion.
$4 billion. That's a shocker. I just could not think of Spielberg being worth more than Lucas.
So the only one in the top 5 you didn't get is Oprah. Oh. She's at $3.2 billion.
Dude, that old battle axe has been around for so long.
She's still doing her book club.
I don't even think about that.
You got Jay-Z at 6. Number 7 is easy, Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah.
She's $2 billion. By the way, did you see Travis gave her credit for coming back to the Chiefs?
Travis knows where that bread is buttered.
Well, she doesn't want to be around him all the time. She's like, you're not retiring. I don't want you around here with nothing to do.
I wonder if he's going to be miserable when he's done. He'll just be in Mrs. Taylor Swift.
She's already annoyed with him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said seeing her still making albums and want to be creative makes him want to go make albums and go back to the
football.
NFL. Yeah, and beat his head into other men.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that's doing it for the love of the game, because that guy is worth a lot of money. His soon-to-be wife is worth $2 billion, and the Chiefs, I don't think, are going to be that good. So him coming back for one more year, that's...
Well, he might fear what's out. Like, he might fear what it's like not to have football in his life.
True.
You know?
That happens a lot with athletes. They don't know what to do. You think that guy's probably been doing this since he was, 10?
Exactly. And
now
he's kind of a meathead. Like, what is he going to do?
Yeah.
He's going to get overshadowed by his wife. That's what he's going to do.
Look, that's an underappreciated skill. And everyone's like, oh, man, how great would it be to, you miss this tip. I'll bet you for someone that has an ego like that, an athlete, I'm guessing that's harder than you think to take a back seat like that and just be wherever you go, no one cares because you're with Taylor Swift.
Number 8 is Kim Kardashian. She's at $2 billion.
Oh, why did I think the dumb Jenner girls were worth more than her?
Nah, she's still the queen.
She's still the queen bitch.
And then Magic Johnson rounds out your top 10.
Forgot about Magic, too.
1.6. Tiger is at 11.
Well, I was thinking that you said the old white guy, Spielberg. Is James Cameron?
Yeah, he's on here. He's new. They put him at 19. He's at $1.1 billion. Just jumped into the top.
That's
20.
all. So Spielberg is worth over 7, and Cameron's only. I mean, look at me, only.
Correct.
I think I would have guessed maybe Cameron more than Spielberg, because he's got the Terminator stuff and Avatar. And
they said through Avatar you earned about $350 million alone.
I thought that was a little low.
But you got to pay taxes and all that.
Yeah, that's true.
Pain in the ass to earn that kind of money.
Yeah. Well, they say you can't earn your way to $1 billion. That's right. You have to build a company or sell it.
Let's see here now. These are the celebrity billionaires. You're missing two guys that you love. I'm surprised.
Two guys that I love.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're on the list. So I understand why you haven't guessed them yet.
Who would I love?
You'll be surprised they're on the list.
It's worth $1 billion.
But they're especially one of them is one of your boys. You love this guy.
Athletes? So again, athletes are celebrities.
One is a musician and the other is a celebrity actor.
$1 billion. Is Clooney a billionaire?
No.
Because of the vodka stuff?
No.
I'm trying to think of people that sold like companies. Like, is that's like if you're an actor, you had to have a production company or you built an alcohol business.
One of them is Bruce Springsteen.
You
love Bruce.
I love Bruce.
But I wouldn't have pegged him as a billionaire yet.
I think he sold his catalog.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. I'll look it up. I think he sold it, and I'm guessing the catalog is...
He's worth 1.2.
Let's see if he sold that.
And the other one is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh.
Your boy. You love that guy.
As much as I love Bruce, it's nothing compared to the governor. He's worth $1 billion?
$1.2 billion.
Yeah, that's... So the Springsteen one I get, but boy, I would not have guessed Schwarzenegger is a billionaire.
So Schwarzenegger, interestingly enough,
by the way, Bruce sold the catalog.
How much?
Take a guess.
$1 billion, maybe.
No. I mean, but
several hundred million.
Yeah, $600 million.
Yeah, there you go.
So I mean, he so obviously he was a lot of money, but he was not a billionaire until he sold the rights to Born in the USA for $600 million.
So they're saying Arnold earned about $500 million from like just deals, profit sharing deals, paychecks, whatever, movies.
Yeah,
the government.
But he made his big money. He invested in David Booth's Dimensional Fund Advisors. I don't know.
No idea. Yeah, he's
some hedge fund.
It's investments.
So he invested in it. They were managing $12 billion in assets.
Yeah.
They are now managing over $1 trillion in assets.
There you go.
And he's a minority stakeholder.
So again, you can't.
So that's why
you can't act your way to $1 billion. Is Shaq a billionaire yet?
He is not on the list. There is one more sportsman on the list.
Because I would think that Shaq is on his way. That dude. They say that guy is making so much money because anytime he endorses something, he takes a piece of the company.
We only have three that you haven't gotten. One is a sportsman, one is a comedian.
One's a comedian.
And the other is music.
Okay, so sportsman got to be like a soccer player. So Ronaldo or Messi or David Beckham.
Roger Federer.
They say Shaq's worth about $500 million right now.
Oh, so think about that.
Yeah, he's still
think about
building.
how much money he has, and he's not even halfway there. Federer's a billionaire, huh?
He has a 3% stake in a Swiss athletic apparel company.
Oh, I think that's that might be On Cloud, the little running shoes.
Oh, I think you're right.
I think
I'm wearing those as we speak.
Yeah, I think that's him. Or is it just On? I don't know. What's the name? Is it On Cloud or is it just On?
Should I look at the shoes
I think it's On Cloud.
I don't know. It's like a little OC on them.
Yeah, I think it's on. I think the official. I couldn't remember if the official thing was On or On Cloud.
That's their market cap is right about $15 billion.
Yeah, so I think Federer was.
He owns 3% of that.
Yeah. So that's how he's on the list.
Okay.
Jerry Seinfeld, $1.1 billion.
Oh yeah. Well, the syndication rights of that show alone.
15% of the sitcom's syndication revenue.
Boy, that dude's just, and that thing is syndicated everywhere, like across the world. That is just a cash register that just keeps ringing.
Yeah, and then it went to Netflix too, right? And they paid him like $500 million for it.
Something like that. Larry David's that way too. Like I think Jerry gets more of it, but Larry gets a huge cut of that as well. And that's why everyone was pissed at him, because when they ended that show, all those other actors, they were living the gravy train off of it, and Jerry and David knew that they could end it whenever, and the syndication would make them rich beyond their imagination. But like Jason Alexander and all those other guys were pissed because they were like, dude, we get paid $30 million a year to do this show, And when you're done, we're done. We don't get anything. None of those guys had any syndication rights. And I think there was some hard feelings because the idea was, if you're Jerry and David, why don't you peel off 1% or something and give it to the people that created the show? Turns out Jerry and David both said
no.
Is Jerry Seinfeld, this is going to sound terrible. Okay, and I don't mean it to, but I've seen him some recently. Is he low-key a-hole? He kind of...
I don't know.
He kind of gives that vibe.
I think there's probably... He seems like interviews and stuff, and like he seems like such a nice, down-to-earth guy, but I think there's rumblings. Well, let me ask you this. If you created a show with your friend, or a company, not even just you created a show, whatever you got, you and your pal, and the moment it ends, and you guys have all made a bunch of money off of it. But think about that. The moment it ends, you're going to get hundreds of millions of dollars by ending that.
Yeah.
But no one else gets a dime. Nothing. But you've already made them a bunch of money. They're not rich like you, but you have made them a bunch of money. Would you feel any obligation?
Yes.
To give them a little something on the back end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
And yet both of those guys
didn't.
Now
Larry I can see. Because he's just kind of... Like, Larry's just Larry. Like, I feel like we know Larry.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we really know Jerry.
He puts on the mask.
He's pretty good. He's pretty polished, but I don't know.
That always perplexed me. Because without Jason Alexander and Dreyfus, and certainly without Kramer, whose his name is
Michael Richards.
Michael Richards. And Michael Richards, by the way, has not been successful since and will not be successful, obviously, what happened.
Yeah, the racist rant or something.
Yeah, like, that's
not good for your rep.
That would be really hard for me to not give them some of that syndication. Because,
they're
yes,
iconic.
You wrote it, you created it, it's your intellectual property, but they brought it to life. And by the way, the syndication on that alone has been over $3 billion.
Yeah, you got to kick him down something.
Right?
Remember when Clooney wasn't it George Clooney? Yeah, it was Clooney who invited all of his friends over for Christmas.
Yeah.
And he at the table, at his dinner table, he put on each seat, he put a bag of cash with $1 million in it.
Yeah.
For each one of his friends, dude.
Taxes paid.
I mean,
so I looked it up.
Jerry, you can't do that?
So when he signed the new syndication deal, he got $400 million up front in cash. And he gets the back end cheese. So guess what he makes annually?
The cheese.
Guess what he makes annually? So he gets $400 million in cash up front. And would you care to guess what he generates every year off his percentage that he got to keep?
Every year?
Every year.
$95 million.
$50 million for his cut because he has to split it with Larry.
And he hasn't given them a dime.
I have seen multiple interviews where Alexander's the one that has been pretty open about it. Julia Louis-Dreyfus kind of refuses to acknowledge it, but it sounds like no. It sounds like they do not. None of those guys had a piece of the syndication, and it does not sound like Jerry or Larry splits it. So they get $50 million annually from that, and I don't know what Larry got, but Jerry got $400 million. You can't. I don't know if I could do it in good conscience.
It's pretty rough. And the last of the 22 celebrity billionaires on Forbes' list is brand new. He has just crossed over the threshold at $1 billion at the age of 61.
61.
Yeah, pretty young. Yeah. The great Dr. Dre. He's a billionaire.
Yeah.
Joins Jay-Z.
I should have known that.
Beyonce.
When I think Beats by Dre sold, him and that Jimmy Iovine made a F ton of money selling. People in the industry call very, very crappy headphones, but great marketing.
They made $3 billion on that deal.
Yeah,
selling that to Apple.
Anyone that's in the business, like I have a friend of mine that's high up in the music industry, and they make fun of those things, and he said they are just crap headphones, but they are marketing geniuses.
So the top 10 celebrity billionaires in the world, in order of net worth: counting down to the richest. Magic Johnson, Peter Jackson, Kim Kardashian, Taylor Swift, Jay-Z, Oprah at $3.2 billion, Vince McMahon $3.6 billion, Michael Jordan $4.3 billion, George Lucas $5.2 billion, and Steven Spielberg $7.1
I'm really rich.
billion.
Looking at it, it sounds like Larry and Jerry basically had the same split. So they've both generated close to $1 billion over the years off of Seinfeld alone. And then Larry's got all the Curb Your Enthusiasm stuff too. So I'm surprised Larry isn't worth more than Jerry.
Hey, Taco Smell has a new menu out. You know that? They're gonna put chicken nuggies on it.
Is that what we're clamoring for from Taco Bell?
Is anybody clamoring for anything from Taco Smell?
Dude, people love Taco Bell.
I know.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. That place sucks.
Coach Vaughn loves Taco Bell.
If the BTJ's been drinking,
that's what it is. It's just people that are drunk.
It turns into a real fight.
I mean, I like everything when I'm drunk.
Also, if we're traveling somewhere, like if we're on the road to Bend and we're like, let's just grab something on the way out, there's only one place that's going to satisfy her, and that's the Bell.
20 new menu items, including nuggies. Next, here's Steven.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Team USA, they fell apart yesterday, losing to Italy 8-6. They needed help getting to the quarterfinals. Looks like they're gonna get it. They needed Italy to beat Mexico today. Right now, Italy up 9-1 in the top of the A. So it looks like Mark DeRosa and Team USA gonna get by into the quarterfinals, where they should probably take on Canada. Oregon State, they are expected to hire Michigan assistant coach Justin Joyner as their next head coach down in Corvallis. Joyner's been with the Michigan staff for the past 2 seasons, and before that, he was on the St. Mary's staff for 7 seasons under Randy Bennett. He also played basketball at UC Santa Barbara. 38 years old, young guy, supposedly a very good recruiter. Syracuse, they're firing their head basketball coach, Adrian Autry, after 3 seasons. The NFL, they are looking into scheduling a game for the day before Thanksgiving, starting with this season. Last year, there was at least one football game, NFL or college, for 49 straight days, but the streak was broken because of there being no games on Thanksgiving Eve. Well, the NFL trying to capitalize on that and take over that day. And after pivoting away from Max Crosby and vetoing that trade, the Ravens, they are signing former Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson, 4 years, $112 million deal. And the Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones reached an agreement on a 2-year, $88 million deal that can be worth up to $100 million. Now, Jones is still recovering from his torn Achilles and expected to be ready for the start of the regular season, and sources are saying he should be ready by the start of training camp. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of from here.
What?
So here are some new menu items to entice you to still not eat at Taco Bell. They are adding 29 new things in 2026.
Dude,
now, one of these I think you're going to like.
The chef at Taco Bell has to be the greatest man on earth because they have 3 ingredients and somehow he turns them into like 1,000 different items.
Boy, that's really true.
I mean,
but
dude, both of my kids worked at Taco Bell and they'll tell you, like,
I don't think they have a chef per se.
Oh, they have to. I guarantee they have someone that is. Let me look up what the.
Is he actual chef?
Let me look and
That's
see.
actually a good question. Is the head of Taco Bell's menu a chef?
He has to be, right?
Does he? Have you ever eaten there? Place sucks.
I'm looking head chef. Liz Matthews serves as the Global Chief Food Innovation Officer at Taco Bell.
Okay, what is her background?
Leading menu development, including cult favorites like the nacho fries, the Cantina chicken menu.
The nacho fries are coming back. That's
she heads
new.
the culinary team at the company's Irvine, California headquarters. We'll see what her background is.
Yeah, give me her resume. Tell me she comes from marketing.
Yeah, she tests new items in a top secret test kitchen.
Does she test with the McDonald's CEO?
This is an exciting product.
The onions oozing out of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what her background is.
Not all women are sluts. God, come on. Fawn.
Rude.
So, new menu items, 2026 Taco Bell. Nacho fries are back.
Okay.
They've already had limited time runs. Chicken nuggies with Dorito Cool Ranch dusting.
I'm not going to lie.
I told you.
If you got me drunk enough.
I told you you'd like one of these.
And someone was like, hey, we're going to make a run at. I got a fat friend of mine that's always trying to order like DoorDash Taco Bell. You might get me to eat a chicken nugget with some Dorito dust on
Coach
it.
Vaughn gets Taco Bell after late night track. Like she's on her way home. I might order some Doritos with chicken
nuggets dusted in Cool Ranch seasoning with the matching dipping sauce. You have cheesy G sliders, flatbreads with fried white corn shell, 3 cheese, pico de gallo, chipotle sauce. Again, that uses just the same crap that they already have in there. How about this? A Cantina chicken Mexican pizza. Slow roasted chicken and black beans between crispy tortillas.
There ain't a chance in hell that's slow roasted chicken. It's just not. There's no reason to eat at Taco Bell. There's none unless you're drunk and it's the only thing open. But people love it, man. I think Taco Bell, like
they're drunk.
A lot of fast food places are struggling. Like Wendy's, I guess, is shutting out a bunch of places. Taco Bell, man, is thriving
because they've cornered the market on people with the munchies.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole fifth meal, right? Like,
is that how they did it?
Yeah, it's like the fifth meal. It's basically Jack in the Box does it for stoners. Jack in the Box whole thing is like, if you're stoned, come here. And Taco Bell is like, when you're drunk at 2 a.m, come here.
Because we're the only thing that's open.
Yes. And yes, it does appear that she is a chef, or was, not anymore. But yes, Liz was the head chef.
Where?
I don't know. That is her background, though.
She says so. It's fine.
Well, this is according
Believe her.
to according to Taco Bell.
Was she at the Chili's?
She's their head chef. I don't like you disrespecting Liz.
I am disrespecting Liz.
She swapped out their eggs for cage-free eggs.
Oh, that's nice. Good for her.
She's done so much.
We also have the creme brulee crunch wrap slider for dessert, a vanilla filling, and cinnamon sugar tostada in a grilled caramelized tortilla.
I'm not gonna lie, I might try that.
How about the Mountain Dew Baja Midnight Pie?
No.
Passion fruit flavored pie.
That's so gross. That Baja Blast, I don't know how anyone drinks that.
No.
How do you look at something like antifreeze and are like, yep, giddy up?
They have Mexican pizza empanadas coming. Little bite-sized empanadas.
Look, Liz is working overtime as the head chef.
Yeah. They've added a flamin' hot mini taco salad.
Liz also says that she's always wanted to work for Taco Bell.
See,
growing up as a kid, she would walk up from the beach to Taco Bell because that's where everyone was hanging out.
What's her name?
Liz Matthews. And she always wanted to work for Taco Bell. How dare you?
Yeah, I question her background. No one always wants to work for Taco Bell.
I bet you Liz makes a lot of money coming
That's a lie.
up with the Dorito Dust Nugget.
She is a food innovator.
Yeah.
She's got quite a LinkedIn page.
This guy's saying the Taco Bell regular nugs are pretty good.
Are they?
The guy says they're better than all the fast food
Have they always
nuggets.
had nugs and they're just adding the Cool Ranch nugs?
I have no
Or are they
idea.
just now adding nugs?
I could not tell you the last time I went to a Taco Bell and ordered anything. Taco Bell, it gets thrust upon me. And when I do go to Taco Bell, it's the same thing. Give me like 3 tacos.
I'm just not into it, bro.
Give me the 3 regular tacos, maybe a quesadilla, and a case of the runs.
What do you think is the best food to put Cool Ranch seasoning on? Like, what would you...
You could do a lot worse than a chicken. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want one of those nuggets.
Well, they do the Doritos Locos tacos already.
Yeah.
That's, those are okay.
Yeah, taco shell is pretty good.
Yeah.
But that's just the same thing as a Dorito.
Right.
You're just wrapping a taco in a Dorito. Now, I will tell you, there's a good bar. Here I go again. Damn it. There's a good bar off
Drunk.
of...
God,
They're
always talking
devout
about
alcoholics.
talking about drinking.
No, it's not drinking. This is eating.
That big fat.
Damn it. There's a really cool bar.
He was right.
I know. I hate that guy. There's a really good bar off of Clinton Street called Rhinestone, and it's like it's kind of a country, I don't know, like an outlaw country kind of theme, sort of. And they do elevated Taco Bell. So they do all of the Taco Bell items, but they make them like real, like you would
Like real ingredients.
like real ingredients. And I'm telling you, it's really good. Like you can get a Crunch Wrap Supreme there or a Mexican pizza you're like, holy crap. So it's what Liz would do if she actually could make something that didn't cost like 99 cents. And you don't have to be drunk to go there. You can just walk in, and I'm telling you, it's like you'll look at the menu and be like, oh my God, I recognize this.
It sounds amazing, honestly.
You should. It's called Rhinestone. And it's a kick-ass bar with really good elevated Taco Bell food.
Can I offer... Okay, first of all, French fries with Cool Ranch
Yeah.
seasoning would be great.
Yes.
But might I offer the deviled egg?
Ooh. Now, I'm not the biggest deviled egg guy in the world, but you're going to intrigue me with a dusting of Cool Ranch Dorito sauce. Or I guess that'd be not sauce, like a dusting.
I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah. Kind of liking that.
Popcorn?
I bet you they have that already. Although, to be fair, sometimes like they have all those popcorn seasonings, and I think it can be overpowering. I like just the traditional, it's going to be that movie theater popcorn.
Here's one. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sitting down?
Yeah.
A grilled cheese.
Oh, now you're talking.
Dude, think about a grilled cheese.
Yes, where the butter and then you...
Yes.
Some Texas toast?
Kimmy!
Dude, I'm going to do this at home.
Do you believe?
You loser.
I love a grilled cheese. Rob, you may have outlived Liz.
Yeah, Liz needs to call me.
A Dorito grilled cheese?
A Cool Ranch grilled cheese. And by the way, why do they not have the Dorito Cool Ranch seasoning available for people to buy?
I don't know.
What are they
think
doing?
that they do.
Do they?
I think so.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either. Of course, I don't shop, but we got to go. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan
you from here.
Well, the wait is almost over. We get the Players' Championship starting tomorrow.
Do we get Rory? Do we know?
He said he was a game-time decision.
He's
there.
Not going to be game time for the TGL playoffs.
Yeah, and then, so we get the Players, and then we roll into the TGL playoffs. Like,
I also saw Rory claim that the hole-in-one on the TGL counts. He said it. He said after much deliberation, he says that counts as an ace.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Rory's all aboard.
What if you and I hit one on a simulator? Does that count for us?
Hey, Rory said it does. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
Have
you ever hit a sim hole-in-one?
No, I've never gotten one. I got one on Tiger Woods Golf on the PlayStation. Does that count? Got my first one the other day.
Well, it sounds like, count, according to Rory, it does.
my little golfer there. That worked with my thumb. But no, I've never had one. I've come close. I've never even seen one. I've never even played with someone that had one. So, hasn't happened. Came close once at Camas Meadows. Closest I've ever come.
Well, the Golf Nirvana starts tomorrow. This is a great tournament.
I love the Players.
Yeah, it's a great tournament.
If you could, because I'm not a big PGA Championship fan. I'm like, man, if you could swap the PGA Championship for the Players, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Well, I think the thing about the Players is they always play it at the same course.
Yes.
And so it makes, and Sawgrass is like,
it's awesome.
It's just amazing to watch those guys play it.
Yeah.
So that's, like, in other words, if the PGA Championship were always at Sawgrass, you would like that.
Yeah,
you know
I guess that's
it's,
true.
It's really about the course. The PGA rotates.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, it's the lesser.
I don't think the PGA chooses very good courses.
It's the lesser of the majors. Let me take that back. They choose good courses, but they don't choose good courses for the fans to watch on TV. Yes.
Sometimes they're just a bunch of birdies and, it's kind of boring.
I just think it'd be cool.
Sawgrass is like one of the top 5 that I want to play.
Yes.
Like that is such a cool golf course.
Yep.
The Island Green.
Yep.
It all starts tomorrow, you little
the logo.
sports
the
bunnies.
logo's awesome. I just love the Players.
Yeah, Buck has constantly pointed out why it's in all caps, and it's an answer. It's a question I can't answer. The Players is in all caps, no matter where you look at it.
It's because it's cool,
and it drives Buck crazy. We gotta go. We'll be back tomorrow. 3-7 Fan. Good night.
Friendships of Spain. Friendships of Spain.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your home for Oregon Ducks football. KRSK Portland, KRSK FM HD1, Malala, Oregon, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Devils blowout loss to number 7 Iowa State in the Big 12 tournament. Hurley will be placed on paid administrative leave through the remainder of his contract, which ends in June. The Bills in the NFL added pass rusher Bradley Chubb. They agreed to a deal on 3 years, $43.5 million, worth up to $52.5 million. That includes $29 million guaranteed with the Bills. That was minutes after the Dolphins officially released Chubb on Wednesday, clearing him to sign with Miami's AFC East.